Shalom, Israel again. Today's presentation will be called The Ancient Hebrews, Black or White, African or Arabian. And we will use this presentation today to make a distinction between the rumors that we hear each and every day and that which is written in our Holy Scriptures. We will also use this presentation to allow us to know the ancient people and their geographical locations that the Almighty has promised Israel and their brothers and sisters. And we will use this presentation to allow us to know that we are of the African descent. We will like for the listening audience to mute themselves until the comment and question part of the presentation. We will have Brother Yamin Israel to read Psalms 83 and Psalms 72 for us all, and then we'll come back and get into this great presentation. Are you ready, my brother Yamin?
Shalom, shalom. Yes, I am.
All right, you got the mic, brother.
Shalom, everyone. As my brother stated, I would love for everyone to turn to Psalms 83, please. That is Psalms 8:3. It reads, "Keep not thou silent, O Elohim. Hold not thy peace, and be not still, O Elohim. For lo, thy enemies make a tumult, and they that hate thee have lifted up their head. They have taken crafty counsel against thy people, and consulted against thine hidden one. They have said, Come, and let us cut them off from being a nation, that the name of Israel no more in remembrance. But they have consulted together with one consent. They are confederate against
We were
thee,
talking about that this morning.
the tabernacle of Edom and the Ishmaelites of Moab."
Please put yourself on mute, please.
Okay.
The tabernacles of Edom and the Ishmaelites of Moab and of the Haggard, Gebal and Ammon and Amalek, the Philistines with the inhabitants of Tyre. Ashur also is joined with them. They have hope in the children of Lot, Selah. Do unto them as unto the Midianites, as to Sisera, as to Jaban at the brook of Kishon, which perished at Endor. They became as dung for the earth. Make the nobles like Oreb, and like thee, yea, all these princes as Zebah, and as Zalmunna, who said, Let us take to ourselves the houses of Elohim in possession. O my Elohim, make them like a wheel, as the stubble before the wind, as the fire burneth like a wood, and as the flame setteth the mountain on fire. So persecute them with thy tempest, and make them afraid with thy storm. Fill their faces with shame, that they may seek thy name, O Yahweh. Let them be confounded and troubled forever. Yea, let them be put to shame and perish. That men may know that thou, whose name is Yahweh, art the most high over all the earth. Hallelujah!
Hallelujah. Hold on 1 second, y'all, man. Again, Israel, we're testing this out. Please put yourself on mute. I think I just had myself on mute, and you couldn't hear all that our brother was reading from Psalms 83. Sorry about that. You can go ahead and continue reading, y'all, man.
Should I go to Psalm? Should I read that over or?
No, I'll go to Psalm 72.
Okay.
I didn't have you mute the whole psalm.
Oh, okay. Well, as my brother stated, I would love for everyone to turn to Psalms 72, please. That is Psalm 7:2. It reads, "Give the king thy judgment, O Elohim, and thy righteousness unto the king's son. He shall judge thy people with righteousness, and thy poor with judgment. The mountain shall bring peace to the people, and the little hills by righteousness. He shall judge the poor of the people. He shall save the children of the needy, and shall break in pieces the oppressor. They shall fear thee as long as the sun and the moon endure, throughout all generations. He shall come down like rain upon the mown grass, as showers that water the earth. In his days shall the righteous flourish, and abundance of peace so long as the moon endureth. He shall have dominion also from sea to sea, and from the river unto the ends of the earth. They that dwell in the wilderness shall bow before him, and his enemies shall lick the dust. The kings of Tarshish and of the isles shall bring presents. The kings of Sheba and Seba shall offer gifts. Yea, all kings shall fall down before him. All nations shall serve him. For he shall deliver the needy when he crieth, the poor also, and him that hath no helper. He shall spare the poor and needy, and shall save the souls of the needy. He shall redeem their soul from deceit and violence, and precious shall their blood be in his sight. And he shall live, and to him shall be given the gold of Sheba. Prayer also shall be made for him continually, and daily shall he be praised. There shall be an handful of corn in the earth upon the mountains, upon the top of the mountains. The fruit thereof shall shake like Lebanon, and they of the city shall flourish like grass of the earth. His name shall endure forever. His name shall be continued as long as the sun, and men shall be blessed in him. All nations shall call him blessed. Blessed be Yahweh Elohim, the Elohim of Israel, who only doeth wondrous things. And blessed be his glorious name forever. And let the whole earth be filled with his glory. Amen and amen. The prayers of David, the son of Jesse, are ended. Hallelujah! Hallelujah! Hallelujah!
Hallelujah. And shalom, Israel. Again, the people on the audience on the conference call 701-791-9521 will be muted until after the presentation, and the audience on the WhatsApp must mute themselves until after the presentation. Today's presentation is called The Ancient Hebrews, Black or White, African or Arabian. It's the question that we will answer today biblically using our Holy Scriptures. Before we get started, I would love to warn the listening audience by the words of wisdom. And before I do that, I would like to give thanks and praise to the Creator of the heaven, the earth, and everything therein is by saying hallelujah. And we would like to ask the Creator to allow the words of our mouth and the meditation of our hearts to be acceptable in His sight. It tells us, Yahweh, our strength and our Redeemer. Let us all please turn our Holy Scriptures to the book of wisdom, the book of Proverbs, that we may warn you with these words, that Yahweh may allow our ears to be open, that we may hear, and that we may fear Yahweh and depart from evil. So let us all please turn our Holy Scriptures to Proverbs, the 6th chapter. Proverbs, the 6th chapter. And it tells us in Proverbs, the 6th chapter, if we pick up at the 9th verse. Proverbs, the 6th chapter, the 9th verse to the 19th verse reads, how long will thou sleep, O sluggard? When will thou rise out of thy sleep? Yet a little sleep, a little slumber, a little folding of the hands to sleep. So shall thy poverty come as one that travels, and thy want as an armed man. A naughty person, a wicked man, walks with a forward mouth. He winks with his eyes. He speaks with his feet. He teaches with his fingers. Forwardness is in his heart. He devises mischief continually. He sows discord. Therefore shall his calamity come suddenly. Suddenly shall he be broken without remedy. These 6 things does Yahweh hate. Yea, 7 are an abomination unto him. A proud look, a lying tongue, and hands that shed innocent blood, and heart that devise wicked imaginations, feet that be swift in running to mischief, a false witness that speak lies, and he that sows discord among brethren. It also tells us one more place that I would love to use in this great presentation to warn us that Yahweh may allow us to hear, that we may fear him and depart from evil. It's the 4th chapter of Proverbs. Let us turn to the 4th chapter of Proverbs. And let's pick up at the very first verse. And it reads, and warning. Hear, ye children, the instruction of a father, and attend to know understanding. For I give you good doctrine. Forsake ye not my law. For I was my father's son, tender and only beloved in the sight of my mother. He taught me also and said unto me, let thy heart retain my words, keep my commandments, and live. Get wisdom, get understanding, forget it not. Neither decline from the words of my mouth. Forsake her not, and she shall preserve thee. Love her, and she shall keep thee. Wisdom is the principal thing. Therefore get wisdom. And with all thy getting, get understanding. Exalt her, and she shall promote thee. She shall bring thee to honor when thou dost embrace her. She shall give to thy head an ornament of grace, a crown of glory shall she deliver to thee. Hear, O my son, and receive my saying, and the years of thy life shall be many. I have taught thee in the way of wisdom. I have led thee in right paths. When thou goest, thy steps should not be straitened, and when thou runnest, thou shalt not stumble. Take fast hold of instruction. Let her not go. Keep her, for she is thy life. It tells us, enter not into the path of the wicked, and go not in the way of evil men. Avoid it. Pass not by it. Turn from it and pass away. For they sleep not, except they have done mischief, and their sleep is taken away, unless they cause some to fall. For they eat the bread of wickedness, and drink the wine of violence. But the path of the just is as the shining light, that shine more and more into the perfect day. The way of the wicked is as darkness. They know not at what they stumble. My son, attend to my words. Incline thy ear into my sayings. Let them not depart from thy eyes. Keep them in the midst of thy heart. For they are life unto those that find them, and health to all their flesh. Keep thy heart with all diligence, for out of it are the issues of life. Put away from thee a forward mouth, and perverse lips put far from thee. Let thy eyes look right on, and let thy eyelids look straight before thee. Ponder the path of thy feet, and let all thy ways be established. Turn not to the right hand, nor to the left. remove thy foot from evil. We will start this great presentation from the Genesis, from the beginning. Thus, let us turn our Holy Scriptures to the book of Genesis, the second chapter of Genesis. Again, this presentation will be called the Ancient Hebrews, Black or White, African or Arabian. And we will understand and find these answers by making a great distinction between that which is said in the world and that which is written for the world. Thus, it tells us in Genesis, the second chapter, if we all turn there, please, and let us start from the very first verse. For the first verse in the second chapter of Genesis allow us to know, thus the heavens and the earth were finished, and all the host of them. And on the seventh day, Elohim ended his work, which he had made, and he rest on the seventh day from all his work, which he alone had made. And Elohim blessed the seventh day and sanctified it, because that in it he alone had rested from all his work, which Elohim created and made. These are the generations of the heavens and of the earth when they were created. In the day that Yahweh Elohim made the earth and the heavens, and every plant of the field before it was in the earth, and every herb of the field before it grew. For Yahweh had not caused it to rain upon the earth, and there was not a man to till the ground. But there went up a mist from the earth, and watered the whole face of the ground. And Yahweh Elohim formed man of the dust of the ground, and breathed into his nostrils the breath of life, and man became a living soul. And Yahweh Elohim planted a garden eastward in Eden, and there he put the man whom he had formed. So from the beginning of Yahweh's creation, dealing with man, Yahweh placed this man in a geographical location where he wanted them to be. Thus it reads again in the 8th verse, and Yahweh planted a garden eastward in Eden, and there he put the man whom he had formed. And out of the ground made Yahweh Elohim to grow every tree that is pleasant to the sight and good for food, the tree of life also in the midst of the garden, and the tree of knowledge of good and evil. The 10th verse tells us, and a river went out of Eden to water the garden, and from thence it was parted, and it became into 4 heads. The name of the first is Pison, that is it which compassed the whole land of Havilah, where there is gold. And the gold of that land is good. There is bdellium and the onyx stone. And the name of the second river, Gihon. The same is it that compassed the whole land of the burnt faces. In many of your scriptures, you might find the land of Ethiopia. And the name of the third river is Kiddiel. That is it which goes toward the east of Assyria. And the fourth river is Euphrates. And Yahweh took the man and put him into the garden of Eden to dress it and to keep it. And Yahweh Elohim commanded the man, saying, of every tree of the garden thou mayest freely eat, but of the tree of knowledge of good and evil thou shalt not eat of it. For in the day that thou eat thereof, thou shalt surely die. And Yahweh Elohim said, please take note, it is not good that man should be alone. I will make him an helpmeet for him. And out of the ground Yahweh Elohim formed every beast of the field and every fowl of the air, and brought them into Adam to see what he would call them. And whatsoever Adam called every living creature, that was the name thereof. And Adam gave names to all cattle, and to the fowl of the air, and to every beast of the field. But for Adam there was not found an helpmate for him. And Yahweh Elohim caused a deep sleep to fall upon Adam. And he slept, and he took one of his ribs. Please take note, because we have a lot of rumors dealing with this feminism, that man is not the beginning, but the female is the beginning. So based on the rumor, the Almighty made a helpmate for the female. That man was to be in servitude and be inferior to the female. But that is not what we find written in our Holy Scriptures. Thus it tells us, again in the 20th verse, and Adam gave names to all cattle, and to the fowl of the air, and to every beast of the field. But Adam, there was not found an helpmeet for him. Thus it allows us to know, and Yahweh Elohim caused a deep sleep to fall upon Adam. And he slept, and he took one of his ribs, and closed up the flesh instead thereof. And the rib which Yahweh Elohim had taken from man made he a woman, and brought her into the man. It was not the other way around. And Adam said, this is now bone of my bones, and flesh of my flesh. Please take note what a wife becomes, because we're going to find Israel taking on Egyptians, taking on other people that allowed them to become bone of their bones and flesh of their flesh, she shall be called woman, because she was taken out of man. So it allows us to know that the woman was created just like all the other things that was created. And Adam was given the privilege to name Yahweh's creation. And that naming also consists of the woman, because she was taken out of man. Therefore shall a man leave his father and his mother, and shall cleave into his wife, and they shall be one flesh. So if you are a Hebrew and you marry an Egyptian, you become one flesh. And the man is the superior of the two. Thus, the woman becomes the flesh of the man. And they were both naked, the man and his wife, and were not ashamed. It also tells us, if we take a look at the 3rd chapter of Genesis, I will try to make this presentation in chronological order. That way we don't have to go all throughout the book trying to put these pieces together. It tells us in the 3rd chapter, if we pick up at the 3rd verse, and it reads, "But of the fruit of the tree which is in the midst of the garden, Elohim said, Ye shall not eat of it, neither shall ye touch it, lest ye die." It tells us, "And the serpent said unto the woman, Ye shall not surely die. For Elohim does know that in the day ye eat thereof, then your eyes shall be opened, and ye shall be as gods, knowing good and evil." And when the woman saw that the tree was good for food, and that it was pleasant to the eyes, and a tree to be desired, to make one wise, she took of the fruit thereof, and did eat, and gave also unto her husband with her, and he did eat. And the eyes of them both were opened, and they knew that they were naked, and they sewed fig leaves together, and made themselves aprons. And they heard the voice of Yahweh Elohim walking in the garden in the cool of the day. And Adam and his wife hid themselves from the presence of Yahweh Elohim among the trees of the garden. And Yahweh Elohim called unto Adam, and said unto him, Where art thou? And he said, I heard thy voice in the garden, and I was afraid, because I was naked, and I hid myself. And Yahweh said, Who told thee that thou was naked? Hast thou eaten of the tree whereof I commanded thee that thou should not eat? And the man said, The woman whom thou gave to be with me, she gave me of the tree, and I did eat. And Yahweh said unto the woman, what is this that thou hast done? And the woman said, the serpent beguiled me, and I did eat. Thus it continued to tell us, and Yahweh Elohim said unto the serpent, because thou hast done this, thou art cursed above all cattle, above every beast of the field. Upon thy belly shall thou go, and dust shall thou eat all the days of thy life. And I will put enmity between thee and the woman, and between thy seed and her seed. It shall bruise thy head, and thou shalt bruise his heel. And to the woman he said, I will greatly multiply thy sorrow and thy conception, and sorrow shall thou bring forth children, and thy desire shall be to thy husband, and he shall rule over thee. And to Adam he said, because, please take note, thou hast hearkened unto the voice of thy wife, and hast eaten of the tree of which I command thee, saying, thou shalt not eat of it. Cursed is the ground for thy sake, and sorrow shall thou eat of it all the days of thy life. Thorns also and thistles shall it bring forth to thee, and thou shalt eat the herb of the field, and the sweat of thy face shall thou eat bread, till thou return into the ground. For out of it was thou taken. For dust thy art, and into dust shall thou return. So this rules out cremation if we are truly wise and on the path of our Creator. The 20th verse reads, and Adam called his wife's name Eve, because she was the mother of all living. And to Adam also, and to his wife, did Yahweh make coats of skin and clothe them. And Yahweh Elohim said, behold, the man is become as one of us, to know good and evil. And now, lest he put forth his hand, and take also of the tree of life, and eat, and live forever. Therefore, Yahweh Elohim sent him forth from the Garden of Eden, to till the ground from which he was taken. So he drove out the man, and he placed at the east of the Garden of Eden cherubims, and a flaming sword, which turned every way to keep the way of the tree of life. Thus, it tells us, if we pick up at the 5th chapter of Genesis and read the first 5 verses, we find this is the book of the generation of Adam. In the day that Elohim created man. And note how the Almighty created man. And the likeness of Elohim made he him. Male and female created he them, and blessed them both, and called their name Adam, because the woman became bone of his bone, and the woman became his flesh. Thus both are called the name Adam in the day when they were created. And Adam lived 130 years and begat a son in his own likeness, after his image, and called his name Seth. And the day of Adam, after he had begotten Seth, were 800 years. And he begat sons and daughters. The 5th verse reads, and all the days that Adam lived were 930 years, and he died. It continued to tell us in the 5th chapter, if we pick up at the 28th verse. And Lamech lived 182 years and begot a son, and he called his name Noah, saying, this same shall comfort us concerning our work and toil of our hands, because of the ground which Yahweh hath cursed. And Lamech lived after he begat Noah 595 years, and begat sons and daughters. And all the days of Lamech were 777 years, and he died. And Noah was 500 years old, and Noah begat Shem, Ham, and Japheth. Thus it tells us in the 6th chapter, the first 13 verses, and it reads, and it came to pass when men began to multiply on the face of the earth, and daughters were born unto them, that the sons of Elohim saw the daughters of men, that they were fair, and they took them wives of all which they chose. And Yahweh said, my spirit shall not always strive with man, for that he also is flesh. Yet his days shall be 120 years. There were giants in the earth in those days, and also after that, when the sons of Elohim came in into the daughters of men, and they bare children to them, the same became mighty men, which were of old, men of renown. And Elohim saw that the wickedness of man was great in the earth, and that every imagination of the thoughts of his heart was only evil continually. And it repented Yahweh that he had made man on the earth, and it grieved him at his heart. And Yahweh said, I will destroy man whom I have created from the face of the earth, both man and beast, and the creeping thing, and the fowl of the air, for it repented me that I have made them. But Noah found grace in the eyes of Yahweh. These are the generations of Noah. Noah was a just man and perfect in his generations. And Noah walked with Elohim. And Noah begat 3 sons, Shem, Ham, and Japheth. The earth also was corrupt before Elohim, and the earth was filled with violence. And Elohim looked upon the earth, and behold, it was corrupt. For all flesh had corrupt his way upon the earth. The last verse, the 13th verse reads, and Elohim said unto Noah, the end of all flesh is come before me, for the earth is filled with violence through them. And behold, I will destroy them with the earth. It tells us, if we turn to the 9th chapter of Genesis and pick up at the very first verse. And Elohim blessed Noah and his sons, and said unto them, be fruitful, and multiply, and replenish the earth. And the fear of you and the dread of you shall be upon every beast of the earth, and upon every fowl of the air, upon all that moves upon the earth, and upon all the fishes of the sea. Into your hand are they delivered. Every moving thing that lives shall be meat for you, even as the green herb have I given you all things. But flesh with the life thereof, which is the blood thereof, shall ye not eat. And surely your blood of your lives will I require at the hand of every beast, will I require it. And at the hand of man, at the hand of every man's brother, will I require the life of man. Whoso shed man's blood, by man shall his blood be shed. For in the image of Elohim made he man. And you, be ye fruitful and multiply. Bring forth abundantly in the earth and multiply therein. And Elohim speak unto Noah and to his sons with him, saying, and I, behold, I establish my covenant with you, and with your seed after you. Please put yourself on mute. It says, I think that's Brother Hosea. Please put yourself on mute. And with every living creature that is with you, of the fowl of the cattle, with you of the fowl of the cattle, and of every beast of the earth, with you from all that goes out of the ark to every beast of the earth. And I will establish my covenant with you. Neither shall all flesh be cut off any more by the waters of a flood. Neither shall there any more be a flood to destroy the earth. And Elohim said, this is the token of the covenant that I made between me and you, and every creature, every living creature that is with you, for perpetual generations. I do set my bow in the cloud, and it shall be for a token of a covenant between me and the earth. And it shall come to pass when I bring a cloud over the earth, that the bow shall be seen in the cloud. And I will remember my covenant, which is between me and you, and every living creature of all flesh. And the water shall no more become a flood to destroy all flesh, and the bowl shall be in the cloud, and I will look upon it, that I may remember the everlasting covenant between Elohim and every living thing, or every living creature of all flesh that is upon the earth. And Elohim said unto Noah, this is the token of the covenant which I have established between me and all flesh that is upon the earth. And the sons of Noah that went forth of the ark were Shem and Ham and Japheth. And Ham is the father of Canaan. These are the three sons of Noah, and of them was the whole earth overspread, for it was commanded that they replenish the earth. And Noah began to be a husbandman, and he planted a vineyard, and he drank of the wine and was drunken, and he was uncovered within his tent. And Ham, the father of Canaan, saw the nakedness of his father, and told his two brothers without, which was Shem and Japheth. And Shem and Japheth took a garment and laid it upon both their shoulders, and went backwards, and covered the nakedness of their father, and their face were backwards, and they saw not their father's nakedness. And Noah awoke from his wine, and knew that his younger son, which was Ham, had done unto him. And he said, please take note of these words, because these words later on in retrospect establishes and are fulfilled in the tent of Shem, in the land of Canaan. Thus it tells us, and he said, cursed be Canaan. And note the curse. A servant of servants shall he be unto his brethren, which would have been Shem and Japheth, it tells us. And he said, blessed be Yahweh Elohim of Shem, and Canaan shall be his servant. Well, these things truly came to pass. We know that Canaan became servants and heathers of wood and water, even in the days of Solomon, king of Israel. Thus it tells us, and Elohim shall enlarge Japheth, and he shall dwell in the tents of Shem, and Canaan shall be his servant. And Noah lived after the flood 350 years. And all the days of Noah were 950 years, and he died. Now these, the 10th chapter, the very first verse reads, now these are the generations of the sons of Noah, Shem, Ham, and Japheth. And to them were sons born after the flood. The sons of Japheth, Gomer, and Magog, and Madai, and Javan, and Tabel, and Meshach, and Tyre. And the sons of Gomer, Ashkenaz, and Repha, and Togarmah. And the sons of Javan, Elisha, and Tarshish, Kittim, and Dordaman. By these were the isles of the Gentiles, divided in their land, everyone after his tongue, please take note, after their families and their nations. And the sons of Ham, which denote the Hamites, Cush, and Mizraim, and Put, and Canaan. And the sons of Cush, Seba, Havilah, as we read in the second chapter, dealing with the great four rivers, Sabat, Rimelah, and Sabatia, and the sons of Rimelah, Seba, and Dedan. Please forgive me for the names. These names are not my best suit, but we're going to work it out. And Cush begat Nimrod. He began to be a mighty one in the earth. If we take a look at the 21st verse, it tells us, and to Shem also, the father of all the children of Eber, the brother of Japheth, the elder, even to him were children born. It tells us, if we pick up at the 31st verse, these are the sons of Shem, after their families, after their tongues, in their lands, after their nations. These are the families of the sons of Noah, after their generations, in their nations, and by these were the nations divided in the earth after the flood. It tells us, if we take a look at the 11th chapter, and let's pick up at the 10th verse. For what we find in the 11th chapter, the 10th verse, is these words. These are the generations of Shem, the Shemite. Shem was 100 years old and begat Apat 2 years after the flood. And Shem lived after he begat Apat 500 years and begat sons and daughters. If we pick up at the 27th verse, it reads, now these are the generations of Tyre, which belong to the family of the Shemites. Thus the 27th verse reads, these are the generations of Tyre. Tyre begat Abram, Nahor, Haran, and Haran begat Lot. And Haran died before his father Tyre in the land of his nativity, in Ur of the Chaldees. And Abram and Nahor took them wives. The name of Abram's wife was Sarah, and the name of Nahor's wife was Milcah, the daughter of Haran, the father of Milcah, and the father of Ishka. But Sarah was barren. She had no child. And Tyre took Abram, his son, and Lot, the son of Haran, his son's son, and Sarah, his daughter-in-law, his son Abram's wife, and they went forth with them from Ur of the Chaldees to go into the land. Please take note where they're going, into the land of Canaan. As it read in Genesis 10, it allows us to know that Ham was the father of Canaan. So it allows us to know that Terah and Abram went to go into the land of the Hamite, which is the father of Canaan. And they came into Haran and dwelt there. And the days of Terah were 205 years, and Terah died in Haran. The first 4 verses, or the first 7 verses, should I have said, in chapter 12 of Genesis, and it reads, Now Yahweh hath said unto Abram, Get thee out of thy country, and from thy kindred, and from thy father's house, and to a land that I will show thee. And I will make of thee a great nation in that land. And I will bless thee and make thy name great, and thou shalt be a blessing. And I will bless them that bless thee, and curse him that curse thee. And in thee shall all the families of the earth be blessed. So Abram departed, as Yahweh had spoken unto him, and Lot went with him. And Abram was 75 years old when he departed out of Haran. And Abram took Sarah his wife, and Lot his brother's son, and all their substance that they had gathered, and the souls that they had gotten in Haran. And they went forth to go into the land of Canaan, which is called the land of the Hamites. It is also known as the land of the black faces, or the burnt faces. It is also known today by the name of Africa. It tells us, and into the land of Canaan, and into the land of Africa they came. And Abram passed through the land into the place of Shechem, into the plain of Moreh, and the Canaanites was then in the land. And Yahweh appeared unto Abram and said, Into thy seed will I give this land, which abides in Africa, the continent of Africa. And it says, And there built he an altar unto Yahweh, who appeared unto him. And he removed from thence into the mountain on the east of Bethel, and pitched his tent, having Bethel on the west and Hazi on the east. And there he built an altar unto Yahweh, and called upon the name of Yahweh. And Abram journeyed, going on still toward the south of Africa. And there was a famine in the land. And Abram went down into Egypt, Mizraim. And Mizraim denotes 2 Egypts, the upper and the lower. Thus, it says again in the 10th verse, and there was a famine in the land, and Abram went down into Africa, down into Egypt, to sojourn there, for the famine was grievous in the land. I'll read to the 12th verse. It says, and it came to pass when he was come near to enter into Egypt, that he said unto Sarah his wife, behold, now I know that thou art beautiful, woman to look upon. Therefore it shall come to pass when the Egyptians, the Africans, shall see thee, that they shall say, this is his wife, and they will kill me, but they will save thee alive. Say, I pray thee, thou art my sister, that it may be well with me for thy sake, and my soul shall live because of thee. It also tells us, Israel, it allowed us to know in the words that we read, once the Almighty destroyed the earth, he blessed the son of Shem, the Shemites. He blessed it, the son of Noah, which was Shem, the Shemites, and the Shemites was sent into Africa. They were sent deep into Africa. And it allowed us to know that Africa was the land that Yahweh promised the seed of Abraham, which was Shemites, and that they were to dwell in Africa forever, that it was a land of inheritance and a land of possession. So this is one way that I am using to show that we are of the African descent. Another way to answer the question, the ancient Hebrews, black or white, African or Arabian, it allows us to know that we had evaporated and assimilated into those people in such a matter that there was no way that we could hardly distinguish one another. Thus, let us turn our Holy Scriptures to Genesis to show this point. Genesis, the 37th chapter. I will speak a little more on those nations. But right now, I want to make a distinction. I want to show how much African that was in us that we could not distinguish one another. For it tells us in Genesis, the 37th chapter, if we all go there, please. I would like to establish this point by displaying the dream that was brought upon one of the sons, which was called Joseph. And it tells us in Genesis, the 37th chapter, I'll read to the 11th verse, and it reads, and Joseph dwelt in the land, wherein his father was a stranger, and note the land, in the land of Canaan. And please don't forget that Ham was the father of Canaan. And Ham denotes the continent of Africa. These are the generations of Jacob. Joseph, being 17 years old, was feeding the flock with his brethren, and the lad was with the son of Beulah and with the sons of Zephyr, his father's wives. And Joseph brought into his father their evil report. Now Israel loved Joseph more than all his children, because he was the son of his old age, and he made him a coat of many colors. And when his brethren saw that their father loved him more than all his brethren, they hated. Please take note of this dream, because the promise is to the seed of Abram. But out of the seed of Abram, there was a chosen seed. And that chosen seed was of the house of Tyre, which brought forth Abram. Thus it tells us in the third verse again, in the fourth verse, and when his brethren saw that their father loved him more than all his brethren, they hated him and could not speak peacefully unto him. And Joseph dreamed a dream, and he told it his brethren, and they hated him yet the more. And he said unto them, hear, I pray you, this dream which I have dreamed. For behold, we were binding sheaves in the field, and lo, my sheep arose, and also stood upright. And behold, your sheaves stood around about, and made excellence to my sheep. And that's what all the seed of Abraham would do in the end. And his brethren said unto him, shall thy indeed reign over us? Or shall thy indeed have dominion over us? And they hated him yet the more for his dreams and for his words. And he dreamed yet another dream, and told it his brethren, and said, behold, I have dreamed a dream more. And behold, please take note of these metaphors. It says, the sun and the moon, the mother, or should I say it properly, the father and the mother, and the 11 stars, which denoted metaphorically the 11 brothers. For Jacob had 12 sons. It says, behold, the sun and the moon and the 11 stars made abstinence to me. And he told it to his father and to his brethren. And his father rebuked him and said unto him, what is this dream that thou hast dreamed? Shall I and thy mother and thy brethren indeed come to bow down ourselves to thee, to the earth? And his brethren envied him, but his father observed the same. And saying those great words of vision, let us show where there was no distinction made between the Hebrew and the African. For it tells us, if we take a look in the 42nd chapter of Genesis, these great, wonderful words. If we read the first 8 verses, and it reads, Now, when Jacob saw that there was corn in Egypt, the land of the Hamites, the land that is formerly called Africa, Jacob said unto his sons, why do ye look one upon another? And he said, behold, I have heard that there is corn in Africa, in Egypt. Get you down, Tyre, and buy for us from thence, from Africa, that we may live and not die. And Joseph, 10 brethren, went down to buy corn in Egypt. But Benjamin, Joseph's brother, Jacob sent not with his brethren, for he said, lest peradventure mischief befall him. And the sons of Israel came to buy corn among those that came, for the famine was in the land of Africa, in the land of Canaan. And Joseph was the governor over the land of Africa. And he it was that sold to all the people, as the dream revealed of the land. And Joseph's brethren came and bowed down themselves as the dream revealed before him, with their face to the earth. And Joseph saw his brethren. Please take note. And Joseph saw his brethren, and he knew them, but made himself strange unto them, and speak roughly unto them, as many of us say the Africans speak roughly unto us. Well, Joseph did the same thing to his brethren. But what we are looking at today in these particular verses, it allows us to know that when they seen each other, they could not distinguish that that was their brother, because they all looked alike. Thus it reads in the 7th verse. And Joseph saw his brethren. He knew them, but made himself strange unto them, and speak roughly unto them. And he said unto them, whence come ye? And they said, from the land of Canaan, to buy food. Well, Canaan is in the same geographical location of the continent of Africa. They're both Egypt, and Canaan is in Africa. Thus, please take note of the 8th verse to show how much assimilated and evaporated that the Israelites were in the land of Africa, to where you could not make a distinction. Thus it reads in the 8th verse, and Joseph knew his brethren, but they knew him not. His own flesh and blood, his brothers coming from Jacob, did not know the man that they were dealing with, because they all looked alike. He could not distinguish that that was an Israelite standing before him. Instead, they readily saw Joseph as another African, and it was their blood brother. It also tells us, to show another great example, that we had evaporated and assimilated into the Africans, not just by way of land, but by way of blood. As we read in Genesis, the 2nd chapter, a man should leave his father and his mother's house, cleave into his wife, and they shall become one flesh. Thus it tells us, if we take a look in the book of Exodus, the 2nd chapter. And we shall see another distinction being made and showing that we had truly evaporated and assimilated to these people where we were one flesh, where we were considered bone of our bone. Thus it tells us in Exodus, the 2nd chapter. If we take a look at the 10th verse, and it reads, I'll pick up at the 7th verse. I'll start at the 6th verse. Sorry about that. Exodus, the 2nd chapter, let's start at the 6th verse, and it reads, And when she had opened it, she saw the child, and behold, the baby wept, and she had compassion on him, and said, This is one of the Hebrew children. They are in Egypt. Then said his sister to Pharaoh's daughter, Shall I go and call to thee a nurse of the Hebrew women, that she may nurse the child for thee? And Pharaoh's daughter said to her, Go. And the maid went and called the child's mother. And Pharaoh's daughter said unto her, Take this child away, and nurse it for me, and I will give thee thy wages. And the woman took the child and nursed it. Please take note of the 10th verse, for it reads, And the child grew, and she, Pharaoh's daughter, and she, the mother of Moses, brought him into Pharaoh's daughter. And he became, note, he became her son. How can he become her son if a distinction can be made? If a comparison is not made, how is he, or how could he become her son? Her father would readily know that that is a Hebrew if he looked different than them. Just like when Joseph's brothers came, he could not see a difference, nor could Pharaoh. Thus it tells us in Exodus, the 2nd chapter, the 10th verse, he became her son, and she called his name Moses, and she said, Because I drew him out of the water. It continues to tell us, and it came to pass in those days. Please take note, we are showing biblical evidence that these people looked it very similar, because they were of the seed of Noah, and because they found themselves living in the same geographical location, which is commonly called the continent of Africa. Thus, it tells us in the 11th verse, And it came to pass in those days, when Moses was grown, that he went out into his brethren, and looked upon their burden. He being Egyptian, but he looking upon the burden of his brethren, which denoted the Hebrews. And he spied an Egyptian smiting an Hebrew, one of his brethren. And he looked this way and that way. And when he saw that there was no man, he slew the Egyptian and hid him in the sand. And when he went out the second day, behold, two men of the Hebrews strolled together. And he said unto them that did the wrong, wherefore smite thy fellow? And he said, who made thee a prince and a judge over us? The answer of that is Yahweh, but let's keep reading. Intend thy to kill me as thy kills the Egyptian? And Moses feared and said, surely this thing is known. And when Pharaoh heard this thing, he sought to slay Moses. But Moses fled from the face of Pharaoh and dwelt in the land of Midian. And he sat down by a well. And please take note of this story, for it is another place to make and show that the Hebrew and the Africans had evaporated and assimilated in such a manner that you could not truly make a distinction of the two. Thus it reads in the 16th verse, now the priests of Midian had 7 daughters, and they came and drew water and filled the troughs to water their father's flock. And the shepherds came and drove them away. But Moses stood up and helped them and watered their flock. And when they came to Ruel, their father, he said, how is it that ye are come so soon today? And they said, please take note of what these people see. And they said, an Egyptian, not a Hebrew. He looked just like an Egyptian. He looked just like an African. And they said, an African delivered us out of the hand of the shepherds, and also drew water enough for us, and watered the flock. And he said unto his daughters, and where is he? Why is it that ye have left the man? Call him that he may eat bread. And Moses was content to dwell with the man. And please take note. And he gave Moses Zipporah, his daughter. Thus, Zipporah became bone of his bone, flesh of his flesh. She became Hebrew. Another African, thus it reads, and she bare him a son, and he called his name Gershom, for he said, I have been a stranger in a strange land. And it came to pass in process of time that the king of Egypt died, and the children of Israel sighed by reason of bondage. And they cried, and their cry came up into Elohim by reason of bondage. And Elohim heard their groanings, and Elohim remembered his covenant with Abraham, with Isaac, and with Jacob. And Elohim looked upon the children of Israel, and Elohim had respect unto them. So we just seen where two prominent brothers and men of the Hebrews was mistaken and looked upon as original Africans. We also have in our scriptures allowing us to know, as it is stated, dealing with the Hamites and the Shemites, that they were of dark complexion. They were also known as the burnt faces and the black hair, those that had black curly hair. Thus we can use two places in our Holy Scripture, giving us a description of those people, giving us a description and showing that Israel was black and they possessed that black and woolly hair. Thus, let us take a quick look in the book of Songs of Solomon. Songs of Solomon. And what we find written in the Songs of Solomon is this great proof. If we take a look at the first chapter, the 5th verse, and what we find in the first chapter of Songs of Solomon, the 5th verse, is these great words of proof. I am black, so was all of the Hamites. I am black, but calmly, O ye daughters of Jerusalem, as the tents of Kedar, as the curtains of Solomon. It also gives us a great description of an African, of the burnt faces and the black woolly hair. It tells us, if we take a look in the 5th chapter of Songs of Solomon, the 5th chapter, and let's take a look at the 11th verse. And it tells us in the 11th verse of the 5th chapter of Songs of Solomon these great words. His head is as the most fine gold. His locks are bushy and black as a raven. We have more great descriptions of the Hebrews looking very similar to the Africans. It tells us, if we take a look in the book of Daniel, let us turn our scriptures to Daniel. For the scriptures told us, as we read in the 5th chapter of Genesis, that Yahweh made them in his image and in his likeness. Thus, we just read the image and the likeness in the Songs of Solomon. Well, let's see, is that image the same dealing with the Creator that created them and placed them in the land of Africa? For it tells us in Daniel, the 7th chapter, and we all turn there, please. Using our Holy Scriptures to make a distinction. Using our Holy Scriptures to produce this great truth. For it tells us in Daniel 7, the 9th verse, these great words. And I beheld till the throne was cast down, and the Ancient of Days did sit, whose garment was white as snow. Not him, but his garment. And the hair of his head like pure wool. His throne was like the fiery flame, and his wheels as burning fire. So here is a great image of the Creator. And when you look in the mirror, when you look in the water, the image that you seen was one of whose head was like pure wool. The same description found upon Solomon. Also, in the book of Daniel, if we take a look at the 10th chapter, and let's read the 5th to the 6th verse. And it reads, "Then I lift up my eyes, and looked, and behold, a certain man clothed in linen, whose loins was girded with fine gold of upheads. His body also was like the beryl, and his face as the appearance of lightning, and his eyes as lamps of fire, and his arms and his feet in color to polished brass, dark, not white, and the voice of his words like the voice of a multitude." Just using this as a description, showing that the people that Yahweh chose, the Hamites, the Shemites, and the geographical location that he placed them in, had these features. And these features denoted the burnt faces. It denoted the black-haired people as the people were called in the continent of Africa. And it allowed us to know that the Hebrews had those same features as their Creator when they were created in His image and as His likeness. It also allows us to know by way of Scripture that even over time, these things will not change, and these are the marks. These marks of darkness and dark hair denote the blessing. We got many people teaching it denotes the curse. We got many people teaching that our skin color denotes the curse. It got many people teaching that our nappy hair denotes the curse. Well, as we read and as we search our Holy Scripture, it allows us to know the opposite, that Abram was not cursed, but they were blessed. And the Almighty said, "They that curse Abram shall be cursed, and they that bless Abram, seed shall be blessed." Thus, the answer, could they have turned white, if we take a look in the book of Jeremiah. Jeremiah, the 13th chapter. Because your brother have taught over and over again that the ancient Hebrews are not white. They are not from Europe. They are not Arabians, but they are black, and that they are the descendants of the continent of Africa. Thus, it tells us in Jeremiah, the 13th chapter, if we all turn there, please. And we find in Jeremiah, the 13th chapter, in the 23rd verse, these great words. And it reads, "Can the burnt faces, can the Africans, can the Hamites, can the Ethiopians change his skin? Absolutely not." Why not? Because the Creator created them to be such a beautiful color. Thus it reads, can the Ethiopian change his skin, or the leopard his spots? Then, please take note, may ye also do good that are accustomed to do evil. It also tells us, if we take a look in the book of Amos, and let's take a look at the 9th chapter, Amos, the 9th chapter, to continue to establish this truth that Israel, the ancient Hebrews, that the people of the continent of Africa, the Canaanites, will always be black, same as the Shemites. Thus we find in Amos, the 9th chapter, the 7th verse, and it reads, are ye not as children of the burnt faces, the Hamites, the continent of Africa? It says, are ye not as children of the Ethiopians unto me, O children of Israel? And that is a question that should be answered. And if you have the right answer, you know that the ancient Hebrews are black and that they are not Arabian, but African. Thus it reads, said Yahweh, have not I brought up Israel out of the land of Egypt, and the Palestine from Captor, and the Syrians from Ker? So again, it allows us to know that the Israelites looked just like any other African that was in the continent of Africa. Many times we see these people on the television and they look nothing like us, but they claim the geographical location that was promised to Abram and his seed. So we wonder, could we have changed colors? And we got that answer in Jeremiah, the 13th chapter, the 23rd verse. Also in Amos, the 9th chapter, the 7th verse. But it also tells us, if we go back to Jeremiah, and let's take a look at Jeremiah, the 2nd chapter. Jeremiah, the 2nd chapter. And what do we find here? Jeremiah, the 2nd chapter. And let's pick up at the 21st verse. Jeremiah, the 2nd chapter, the 21st verse is where I would like to start reading. And it tells us in Jeremiah, the 2nd chapter, the 21st and the 22nd verse, yet, showing how many of us, will be taken by way of captivity, and we will be raped. We will be assaulted. We will be forced. We will be breeded and inbreeded, that it could be possible that our likeness changed just a little. But it still do not take away that we will belong to the African ascent or descent. For it tells us in Jeremiah, the 2nd chapter, the 21st and the 22nd verse, yet I had planted thee a noble vine, wholly a right seed. How then art thou turned into a degenerate plant of a strange vine into me, by way of disobedience, by way of captivity, by way of force, by way of rape. It tells us in the 22nd verse, for though thou wash thee with myrrh and take thee much soaps, yet thy iniquity is marked before me, said Yahweh. Also it tells us, while we find ourselves in the book of Jeremiah, if we take a look at the 12th chapter of Jeremiah, the 9th verse. And it reads, my heritage is unto me as a speckled bird. The birds around about are against her. Come ye, assemble all the beasts of the field. Come to devour. So it allows us to know how we could possibly, down through the years, look a little different than how Joseph looked it to his brothers in the days that they found themselves in Africa. And again, as your brother stated, these things came by way of disobedience. These things came by way of force. These things came by way of being in captivity. These things came by way of disobedience. And what do your brother mean by that? Let's take a quick look in the book of the law, in the book of Deuteronomy, the 28th chapter. For what we find promised to the Israelites in Deuteronomy, the 28th chapter, was the blessings. They that bless Israel shall be blessed. And the cursings. They that curse Israel shall be cursed. Well, let's look at one of the curses that possibly could have changed your identity down through the years of disobedience. Thus, let's take a look at Deuteronomy, the 28th chapter, the 30th verse. And it reads, thou shalt betroth a wife, and another man shall lie with her. Well, we that know the history that befell our people in America and abroad, we know that many times they had farms where they breeded slaves, where they breeded us. They breeded us so much that they even inbreeded us, where we was having sex with our own sisters, with our own brothers, with our own cousins, even with our own mothers. And that's where the term motherfucker comes from. It is not a made-up term. It is not something that the rappers came up with, but it is something that your oppressor oppressed you with. The inbreeding got so deep that you were bred with your own mother. And I am using these truths to show you how we could have possibly changed from our looks and our thoughts. Thus the 30th verse reads in its entirety, "Thou shalt betroth a wife, and another man shall lie with her. Thou shalt build an house, and thou shalt not dwell therein. Thou shalt plant a vineyard, and shall not gather the grapes thereof." So I just wanted to show us how we could have changed many of our features down through the years by the force and breeding, the farms and all that they had to continue to produce slaves. And they didn't care who they mixed you with. Most times it was of different tribes, different nations in Africa, depending on the qualities that the man and them possessed, like mandingos and things like that. We had men that served the master just in breeding. They laid with many sisters just to bring forth the stock, or just to bring forth the person. And then they would go on to the next person or the next woman. They were not having sex to be fathers to these children, none of that. They were just putting their blood in that woman to bring forth a child to produce another slave for the master, and they went on to the next woman. And this breeding went so extreme to where they produced the term again, motherfucker, because we even inbreeded with our own mothers. Forcefully now, not voluntarily, forcefully. Well, there's a question being asked. Who are the people that say they are the Hebrew, that say they are the Jew? There is a place in our Holy Scripture that can answer that. Let us turn our scriptures to the book of Genesis. The book of Genesis, the 25th chapter. And after I establish this biblical truth, I want to read some information that we have available for us all that is on a way more scholarly basis than what your brother can bring forth. So I will share this information with this presentation. We don't have a whole lot of information that we can use because the Bible denotes a story. And this story is about these people and how they did not obey their Creator in that great land of Africa that they inherited and possessed. It is not a lot of information allowing us to know all the dealings of the black Israelites. So we don't have a whole lot. I have brought forth that which I have found to make a distinction and to show how much African descent and how much of the geographical location of the continent of Africa that the Hebrews actually belong to. So, again, I will read some information dealing with the black Hebrews, the African diaspora, diaspora, should I have said, the African Hebrew kingdoms, and we will close it with the Jews of Europe. Thus, let us turn our scriptures to Genesis, the 25th chapter, to answer who are they that are calling themselves Hebrews? Who are they that call themselves Jews? Let us turn our scriptures to Genesis, the 25th chapter. And we find in Genesis, the 25th chapter, if we pick up at the 21st verse, and depending on the time, since we are running straight through this particular part of the presentation, depending on the time, we might speak a few words dealing with David, as our brother read in Psalm 72, dealing with David and his seed. We might have a little time to speak a few words dealing with David and his seed, to allow us to know that Yahweh says what he means and means what he says. The scriptures allow us to know from the beginning there is a father and there is a son, and these are their generations. So it allows us to know that the children continues the generation of those particular fathers. And we might use David to establish that point once again. That way we can stop all that foolishness and rumors that a dead man will come back to life to rule over the living. For the Almighty never promised David that, nor any other Israelite. But what was promised was a house. And what consists of a house is thy seed. Not your own seed, but the seed that come forth of thy bowels, as Yahweh promised Abram. We should find ourselves at Genesis, the 25th chapter, and we would like to read the 21st to the 26th verse to establish those that denote themselves as Jewish. Israel was never called Jewish. There is no J in the Hebrew alphabet back then, nor is it one in the Hebrew alphabet this day. Thus, it tells us in Genesis, the 25th chapter, the 21st verse, and it reads, I'll start at the 19th verse. And these are the generations. Please take note how many times we read that these are the generations. And note what the generations consist of. Children, sons, And these are the generations of Isaac, Abraham's son. Abram begat Isaac. He didn't beget himself. He begat Isaac. And Isaac was 40 years old when he took Rebekah to wife, the daughter of Bethuel, the Syrian of Pandan Aram, the sister to Laban the Syrian. And Isaac entreated Yahweh for his wife because she was barren. And Yahweh was intrigued of him. And Rebekah, his wife, conceived. And the children struggled together within her. And she said, please take note from the same womb. And she said, if it be so, why am I thus? And she went to inquire of Yahweh. And Yahweh said unto her, please take note, no matter what your brothers and them teaching today, let's take heed to Yahweh. Wisdom is the principal thing. Therefore get wisdom. But in all thy getting, it is instructed that ye get understanding. And how do we get understanding today? By confirming and acknowledging and witnessing and believing all that Yahweh has said. Thus, the 23rd verse tells us, and Yahweh said unto her, 2 nations are in thy womb, and 2 manner of people shall be separated from thy bowels. Well, in that separation, later on in retrospect, the one that was not chosen with the blessing of Abraham and Isaac tried to take the remembrance of his brother. Thus it reads. Again, in its entirety of the 23rd verse, and Yahweh said unto her, 2 nations are in thy womb, and 2 manner of people shall be separated from thy bowels. And the one people shall be stronger than the other people. And the elder shall serve the younger. And when her days to be delivered were fulfilled, behold, there were twins in her womb. And the first came out red, all over like an hairy garment. And they called his name Esau. And what did Yahweh tell the woman? Did he not tell the woman that the elder shall serve the younger? Well, who is the elder? It was none other than Esau. Well, the elder has the younger serving them today. The elder have taken or have tried to take the birthright of the younger by calling themselves Jews. Thus, the 26th verse reads, and after that came his brother out, and his hand took hold on Esau's heel, and his name was called Jacob. And Isaac was 60, which is 60, 60 years old when she bare them. So here it allows us to know who are these people that have tried to take the birthright of the younger, who have called themselves the Jew, or that calls themselves Jewish, trying to denote and connect themselves with Jacob. I will bring forth this great information that I have. Please bear with me. This information will be recorded, as every other word we done spoke today is being recorded. And the information that I am bringing forth continues to answer the question, the ancient Hebrews, are they black or are they white? Are they African ascent or are they Arabian ascent? Thus it tells us, dealing with the beginning. And it allows us to know, in the beginning, the world was black. Thus it reads, the ancient world, the biblical world, was a black world. This is not a racist statement. This is a statement based upon the research and discovery of some of the world's most prominent historians and archaeologists. Most of these scholars are white. The culture of the Egyptians and the Sumerians for recognition as the origin of civilization. Professor Charles Sinbos, a French historian, in his history of ancient civilization, contends that the first civilized people, and please take note, of both the Nile and the Tigris Euphrates, and we read that in Genesis, the 2nd chapter, Valley, were a dark-skinned people with short hair and prominent lips. They were called Cushites, Ethiopians, the burnt faces, the black hair by some scholars, and Hamites by others. In Genesis, the 10th chapter, the 6th verse, where we went, the Hamitic nations are said to include Cush, which denoted Ethiopia, Mizraim, which denoted two Egypts, the upper and the lower Egypt, and Put, which denoted Libya. The Egyptian civilization of the Nile Valley is well documented. Its terms of longevity and influence on subsequent cultures. Ancient Egypt was one of the world's principal cultures. It was founded and ruled for thousands of years by black Hamites. To the south, Cush, or Ethiopia, also founded a powerful civilization, which at times eclipsed that of the Egyptians. The first civilization in the Tigris, Euphrates Valley, was the Sumerians. In the Assyrio-Babylonian inscriptions, the Sumerians are referred to as the black-headed or black-faced people. They seem to have been part of the dominant Hamitic culture. Succeeding the Sumerian culture was that of the Cushite, the Babylonian empire of Nimrod, which we read also about in Genesis, the 10th chapter. A grandson of Ham. A.J. Rogers quotes the English historian Higgins as saying the Chaldeans were originally Negroes. And you can find that truth in the book Sex and Races, Volume 1, page 91. We have the black Shemites, which came by way of Elamites. Elamites were a Shemitic people, as were the Assyrians, according to biblical sources. And we showed that in Genesis, the 10th chapter, the 22nd verse. The Elamites originally inhabit what is now Persia. In the opinion of Sir Henry Johnston, the Elamites of Mesopotamia appear to have been a Negroid people with kinky hair and to have transmitted this racial type to the Hebrews and Syrians. And you can find that information in the Negro in the New World, page 27, by Harry H. Johnston. A portrait of the Elamites king on a vase at Susa shows the king to be black. Elam or Susa once dominated Babylon and Assyria. Babylon, says F. Gillett, was subjected to the neighboring kingdoms of Elam or Susanna. And you can find that truth in Ancient Cities and Empires, page 67, which was written in 1867. Susa and Shushan later became the capital of the Persian Empire. Of the Assyrians, Johnston has this to say: there is a curlness of the hair together with a Negroid eye and full lips in the portraits of Assyria, which conveys an evident Negro element in Babylonia. Today, the name Ethiopia is usually applied narrowly to a single nation on the African continent. In ancient times, this was not so. The word Ethiopia comes from the Greek. It literally means burnt faces. The Greeks applied this term to all of the dark-skinned people they came in contact with. In classical Greek, Ethiopians were synonymous with black people. According to Homer and Hadassarus, the inhabitants of all these countries were black people or Ethiopian. And the countries that they are talking about was the Sudan, Arabia, Western Asia, Egypt, Palestine, and India. Dealing with the black Hebrew that was hard to distinguish from all the other black people in the continent of Africa, it tells us that Abraham, the Hebrew, was born into this black, Hamitic, Shemitic cross-cultural civilization. Let me say that one more time. Abraham, the Hebrew, was born into this black, Hamitic, Shemitic cross-cultural civilization. Had Abraham's people been other than black-skinned, it would have been an oddity. They were surrounded by black-skinned people, both Hamitic and Shemitic. The Chaldeans, the Elmites, to whom they had been compared, the Assyrians, and the Cushites. Abraham continued to live among the Hamitic people after he migrated. He resettled among the Hamitic Canaanites and also sojourned in the land of the Hamitic Egyptians. As I stated earlier, Joseph, one of the 12 sons of Jacob, was mistaken for a Hamitic Egyptian, an African, by his own brothers. This indicates that Joseph had ethnic features similar to the native African, the native Egyptian. And we went through that and seen that truth in Genesis, the 42nd chapter. We also displayed the truth that Moses was raised as an Egyptian in the house of Pharaoh. Exodus, the 2nd chapter, the 10th verse. And we made a distinction showing that the ancient Hebrews could have never been white, for it reads, a white child could never have passed for the offspring of an African princess. When Moses fled from Egypt, he was mistaken as an African by the Mennonites, a people also descendant from Abraham. Exodus, the 2nd chapter, the 15th to the 19th verse. Africa was a traditional place of refuge for Hebrews. It says Africa was a traditional place of refuge for Hebrews. Traditionally, they went deeper and deeper into Africa. Abraham sojourned in Egypt. The Israelite nations took form in Egypt during the 4th century, from Joseph to Moses. An Israelite contingent accompanied the Queen of Sheba upon her return to Africa. many Israelites sought to escape the Babylonian captivity by escaping into Egypt. An Israelite garrison of Ethne dates from 600 BC. The prophet Zephaniah speaks of the return of the Israelites from beyond the rivers of the burnt faces, beyond the river of the Africans, beyond the rivers of Ethiopia. And you can find that truth in Zephaniah, the 3rd chapter, the 10th verse. The greatest migration began, however, after the fall of Jerusalem in 70 AD. Tens of thousands, please take note, Israel, tens of thousands were sent to the Peniel mines in Egypt, while thousands more escaped to Egypt, Ethiopia, and the African interior. It is only natural that these refugees would seek a place where they could become relatively inconspicuous. Tacitus, 80 AD, Tacitus, 80 AD, says that many Romans of his time believed that the Hebrews originated in Ethiopia. This could only be if the Hebrews or Israelites of his time were black. So again, the scriptures and history and anthropology and all those tools that are used to discover the truth denote that Israel have always been black. Over the next 1,000 years, Israel migration across Africa had a profound effect upon the great continent. Scholars have found their traces, please take note, from Uganda, where a line of 33 kings trace their ancestry to King David. Did you get that? To Ghana and Songhay, where the ZA dynasty was found by the Hebrews. And you can find that truth, as your brother has denoted several times, in Rudolph Windsor's book, Babylon to Timbuktu. Forgotten Hebrew kingdoms, please take note, such as Lama Lama, Lam, and Kamuria, Kamuria, once dotted the Western African landscape. According to Professor Joseph Williams of Boston College, the ancient Hebrews are parent stock from which the ancient Ashanti related West African tribes evolved. He further states it was the continuous influx of Hebrew settlers trekking up the Nile, which eventually spread itself across the continent of Africa to the Niger, and thence pretty much the whole of West Africa. And that's where many scholars teach that the Atlantic slave trade got most of their people. And we were also found there, as is stated again, the forgotten Hebrew kingdoms such as Lama and Camura once dotted the West African landscape. And it just told us that tracking up the Nile, which eventually spread itself across Africa to the Niger, and thence pretty much the whole of West Africa. And you can find that truth in Hebrewism of West Africa, printed 1931. This result is a great concentration of African Hebrews along the slave coast. There are 10 known centers of African Hebrew influence between modern Senegal and Nigeria. At least 3 along the Niger River. This is the area where the overwhelming majority of African Americans trace their ancestry. So again, we have proven by way of scriptures and by way of historians that the ancient Hebrews have always been black. They have always been known in the continent of Africa. They have always been known as the black faces. They have always been known as the woolly hair, the black woolly hair. Thus, even today, even though we have been assimilated and evaporated in many other cultures with many other people, the Ethiopian cannot change his skin, nor will the geographical location that was promised to the Hebrews that was found in Africa could ever belong to someone else. For the Almighty will set up in the last days these great black people, which are called the Hebrews, many of them being found in America and scattered abroad. And he will give them that inheritance again, and they will possess that great land once again forevermore. So, to make a greater distinction, we bring forth this information dealing with those that call themselves Israelites, or that call themselves Jews. Thus it reads, the question now becomes, where do the European Jew come from? For it is the European and American Jew who now hold claim to the heritage of Jacob. We got stories and rumors of war even to this day, dealing with this great heritage of the black man. In reality, there are 3 kinds of European Jews. The Eastern European, which we've seen in Genesis 10 under Gomar, it says, the Eastern European Jews of Portland, Russia, etc. The Western European Jews of Germany, should I have said, I think I said Gomer as the German, but it was the Western European Jews of Germany, France, and England, and the Jews of Spain and Portugal. And let me put some emphasis on these Jews of Spain and Portugal, because they were some of the first, besides the Sahara slave trade, far as the Atlantic slave trade, the Spain and the Portugal was first. They was before the Atlantic slave trade. They had trade slaves for over 500 years before the Atlantic slave trade. And they came by way of ships, way before the Atlantic slave trade. As it is written in Deuteronomy, the 28th chapter, the 68th verse. These people had taken us and many other Africans from the continent of Africa 500 years before what we know as the Atlantic slave trade. And it was done by way of ships. Thus, it tells us, dealing with Spain and Portugal, Israelites from North Africa were the first to enter Spain and Portugal. Although they may have been followed by some Edomite Jews at a later date, the majority, however, were Israelites, the black Africans, mostly merchants and craftsmen. They reached their peak under the Moorish rule of southern Spain and Portugal. It was said that in appearance, the Moor and the Hebrew were alike. After the defeat of the Moors, most of the Hebrews of Spain and Portugal were deported. Many of them to the Isles of Santhome, Thome, off the coast of modern Nigeria. And you can find this truth in one of Rudolph Windsor's great books, Babylon to Timbuktu. It says, Jews came to Western Europe under the Romans. Hurl and the Edomite king came to power as a result of his relationship with Mark Antony when trading posts were established in what is now Western Europe. It was the Edomite convert with his ties to Rome who made these profitable outposts. The Western European Jew in the main is descendant from the Edomite, as we read in Genesis 25, that the older shall serve the younger. But during this time of oppression, during this time of the curse, the younger found himself a slave to the elder, which was none other than Edom, who were converted to the culture. This is how they call themselves Jews. That is the man you see today. It says, who converted to the culture of Yehuda and came to be called, before he was called the Edomite, he became to be called a Jew, which there is no J in the Hebrew alphabet. We were never denoted as a Jew. As we just read, during the times of the Edomites and the Romans. That was a name placed upon us because of the conversion of the Edomites. And then lastly, we have what is known as the Eastern European. The Eastern European Jew of Poland, Russia, Ukrainian, and where all these people is fighting today, the Ukraine and all them, they are known as the Eastern Jew of Portland, Russia, Lithium, etc., are the descendants of the Khazar, Khazar, the Khazar Jews. The Khazars were a people of Japhetic stock, not Shem, nor the Hamitic. It was the Japhetic stock who converted to Judaism. So Judaism has nothing to do with Hebrewism. They do not denote the Hebrew people. They denote a people that have converted to take over, same way with the so-called Christians. They readily teach that they have been grafted. So have these people. So their words have been established over the words of the Hebrew. Their teachings have been established over the teachings of the Hebrews. And thus it allows us to know the answer to the question that the ancient Hebrews were truly black. They were not white, and they were truly Africans, and they were not Arabians. Thus, it tells us in closing of this matter, with the information that I have provided, the Eastern European Jew of Portland, Russia, Lithuania, etc., are the descendants of Khazar Jews. The Khazar were a people of Japhetic stock who converted to Judaism in the 8th century. At the breakup of their empire in the early part of the 11th century, they migrated into Portland and Russia. And you can find this truth in the 13th tribe. The author is called Koshler. Author in the book, The 13th Tribe, by Arthur Koestler. And I truly have that book. As one can see, the Jews of Europe, except those of Spain and Portugal, are Jews by conversion and not the seed of Jacob, which the seed of Jacob truly denote the ancient Hebrews and the so-called Israelites. I would like to also make a point of reference that we find in the scripture dealing with our brothers and sisters coming out of captivity and all that would have been done to them. The Almighty established the bloodline. Not only do he establish the bloodline, but he established the geographical location that denoted your inheritance and that denoted the land that you were to possess, to show who you are And if we take a quick look in the book of Ezra, the book of Ezra, the 2nd chapter, we find this great wisdom. Ezra, the 2nd chapter. And let's take a look at Ezra, the 2nd chapter, the 59th verse. Ezra, the 2nd chapter, the 59th verse. And it reads in Ezra, the 2nd chapter, the 59th verse, to the 63rd verse. These great words of wisdom. Because you're going to find yourself cursed in another man's land. You're going to find yourself where the younger or the older is ruling under the younger. And not just ruling, but occupying your inheritance. So the Almighty made it plain and clear who was his people and their land. And we find in the scriptures, in the book of wisdom, where the Almighty told his people that your father's landmark was never to be moved. Thus we find these great words in Ezra, the 2nd chapter, picking up at the 59th verse. And these were they which went up from Tel Melech, Tel Harsa, Sherif, Adam, and Amar, but they could not show, please take note, their father's house and their seed, whether they were of Israel. The children of Delah, the children of Tobiah, the children of Nekoda, 652. And of the children of the priests, the children of Habiah, the children of Kol, the children of Barzillai, which took a wife of the daughter of Barzillai, the Gladite, and was called after their name. These sought their register among those that were reckoned by genealogy, but they were not found. Therefore were they as polluted, put from the priesthood. And the Tarshita, which denote the governor, said unto them that they should not eat of the most holy things till there stood up a priest with Urim and with Thummim. It also tells us these same great words if we take a look in the book of Nehemiah, the 7th chapter. Nehemiah, the 7th chapter. And let's pick up at the 64th and 65th verse in the book of Nehemiah, in the days of Nehemiah, dealing with the return of the exile or the return of the captives. And it tells us in the 64th and 65th verse of the 7th chapter of Nehemiah these great words. These sought their register among those that were reckoned by genealogy, but it was not found thereof. or therefore were they as polluted, put from the priesthood. And the Tarshita said unto them, which again is the governor, and Nehemiah was the governor, that they should not eat of the most holy things till there stood up a priest with Urim, U-R-I-M, and the Turim, or the Tummim, T-H-U-M-M-I-M. So it allows us to know how important it was for the right man to be in the right geographical location. To the extent that if you could not produce the genealogy, then you were polluted until this great sign by the Urim and the Tummim would produce the evidence that you needed to be accepted as the right seed being planted on the right land or being planted in the right geographical location. So our question is asked and answered. The ancient Hebrew, black or white, according to the biblical information that we have brought forth, according to the historians or the history and the anthropology and the other information that we have brought forth, the ancient Hebrew and the modern Hebrew is truly of the African ascent, and they are truly black people. It also tells us, if we take a look in Psalms 2, and I'm going to go ahead and end this part of the presentation with this great psalm, and I will just read a couple of words dealing with David, since it is just 7:21, and then we'll just open up for comments and questions. We should have many comments, maybe even many questions about what your brother brought forth this day, which was, again, are the ancient Hebrews black or white, African or Arabian? It tells us, if we take a look in the book of Psalms, for the scripture told us, once these people was made known, and once these lands was divided and given to the certain sons of Noah, that the whole earth will serve Shem, the Shemites, and that they will serve their God, and that the Shemites would be the blessing of the world, and they that bless them shall be blessed, and they that curse them shall be cursed. And we know, according to Zechariah, the 14th chapter, everyone that fought against Jerusalem, everyone that fought against our dwellings, was to be punished, if not totally destroyed. Thus, it tells us in the 2nd chapter of Psalms, dealing with the anointed ones that Yahweh have anointed to be the blessing of the world. Dealing with his people and his land. And this government would be under the Davidic dynasty, which denote the promise that was made to David and his seed forever. Thus we read in Psalms 2, the first 12 verses, and it reads, why do the heathen rage? They raving right now. And the people imagine a vain thing. They imagine our inheritance. The kings of the earth, the United Nations, those that we find in Confederacy in Psalms 83, it says, the kings of the earth set themselves, and the rulers take counsel together. We got Edom ruling themselves, taking counsel together against the younger, which was Jacob, the Israelite, and their inheritance. It says, the kings of the earth set themselves, and the rulers take counsel together against Yahweh and against his anointed. And please take note, because we have taught many times that the word and the meaning and the definition that is thrown around today dealing with the word Messiah do not really denote the Hebrew. That is Edom. That is Christianity. That is Judaism. That is the converted. That is coming from those that grab themselves. The Almighty have always established, just like he anointed David, just like he anointed Jacob, Isaac, Abraham. These are the words that Yahweh has spoken into his children. These are the things that we are to look forward to. And it was not the Messiah, but it was the Mashiach, which is the Hebrew word for anointed. Thus the second verse reads again, the kings of the earth set themselves, and the rulers take counsel together against Yahweh and against his anointed. You will not find Messiah there. The word for anointed is Mashiach, saying, let us break their bands asunder and cast away their cords from us. He that sitteth in the heavens shall laugh. The master shall have them in derision, and they are today. Look how delusional they are. They fighting over something that ain't even there. If that ain't delusional, I don't know what you call it. It says, then shall he speak into them in his wrath, and vex them in his sore displeasure. Yet have I set my king, the anointed, not a Messiah, but the Mashiach, my king, upon my holy hill of Zion. I will declare the decree. Yahweh has said unto me, thy art my son. This day have I begotten thee. Even though all the other people say they his son, the Almighty gonna set the decree. He gonna declare, thy art my son. This day have I begotten thee. After me, and I shall give thee the heathen for thy inheritance, and the uttermost parts of the earth for thy possession. We read last week before last, when these great things come and this great reparation come to Israel, it will denote all the forces not some. It's not a check. It's all the forces of the Gentiles. All of their wealth will be converted into us. So much that our gates will not be shut day nor night because they owe you so much. Thus it reads, thou shalt break them with a rod of iron. Thou shalt dash them in pieces like a potter's vessel. Be wise now, therefore, O ye kings. Be instructed, ye judges of the earth. Serve Yahweh with fear and rejoice with trembling. Kiss the Son, lest he be angry. And we are truly angry today. And ye perish from the way. When his wrath is kindled but a little. And it tells us all, blessed are all they that put their trust in him. The 67th Psalms tells us this. If we all turn here, please. The 67th Psalms tells us, and then I'll speak a few words on David and his house and his seed, and then we will open up for comments and questions. And it tells us in Psalms 67, Elohim, be merciful unto us, and bless us, and cause his face to shine upon us, Selah, that thy way may be known upon earth, thy saving health among all nations. Let the people praise thee, O Elohim. Let all the people praise thee. Oh, let the nations be glad and sing for joy. For thou shalt judge the people righteously and govern the nations upon earth, Selah, as he did in the beginning. Let the people praise thee, everybody that have breath. Everything that had breath will praise Yahweh. It says, let the people praise thee, O Elohim. Let all the people praise thee. Then shall the earth yield her increase. And Elohim, even our own Elohim, shall bless us. And shall bless us, and all the ends of the earth shall fear him. Let us turn our scriptures to 2 Samuel, the 7th chapter. For that will be the end of the ancient Hebrews, black or white. And I wanted just to add a couple words, 10, 15 minutes of a few words to allow us to know that Israel was never told that a dead man will rule over the living. Those things and thoughts come by way of Edom, come by way of Christianity, and those are the things that they taught over what was promised to David and his seed. That's why in many places you will rarely see where they establish their idolatry by acknowledging that they were a seed of David. None of them say that they were David because they don't see that written. They don't see that David was going to come back in the last days to be king. They seen that the seed was. So all the lies that we have dealing with idolatry, dealing with a child, or dealing with one being born, come by way of what was promised to David, a seed, not David. So none of these sons of Belial, none of these people that establishes idolatry ever say that their idol is David, because they never seen that written, nor have I. But what they did relate it to is the seed of David, even to this day, because it will be a seed of David that Yahweh will set up, as you just read in the 2nd chapter of Psalms. Thus it tells us in 2 Samuel, the 7th chapter, the words that was covenanted to King David while he was alive. And your brother always established it that way because later on in retrospect, we see words of the Davidic kingdom in the books of the prophets. And we readily relate that to David because we see his name. But we know not that it denotes the Davidic kingdom. And why would it denote the Davidic kingdom instead of David himself? Because that was what was promised to David while he was alive. You don't make a promise to somebody that is dead. So we can only establish this truth with the words that was told and promised to David while he was alive. And these words and this great vision was brought to him by the faithful prophet Nathan. And it denotes a house. Even Nathan being a recipient of this great promise, it denotes his house. And we will show that in closing of this matter in the book of Zechariah, I think is the 13th chapter. We'll get there. What we find in 2 Samuel, the 7th chapter, if we go straight to the point, let us pick up at the 10th verse of 2 Samuel, the 7th chapter, and it reads in the 10th verse. Moreover, I will appoint a place for my people, Israel, and will plant them that they may dwell in a place of their own, which denoted all of your dwellings, and move no more. Neither shall the children of wickedness afflict them anymore, as they are doing today, as before times. And as since the time that I commanded judges to be over my people, and we know that was true in the book of Judges, we know that was true in the book of Exodus. It says, and since the time that I commanded judges to be over my people Israel, and have caused thee to rest from all thy enemies, also Yahweh tells thee, look, during the time of prosperity, during the time of rest, look what was told to thee, that he will make thee an house. That is not saying that, David, I'm going to make you a house and you only is the house. But it allows us to know that a house will be made from the name of David, just like the house is made by the name of Abraham. Abraham ain't keep coming back, but his seed endures forever. Same with this great man, King David, and denoting this house. The 12th verse reads, and when thy days be fulfilled, the Almighty is allowing this man to know what's going to befall him, what's going to come after him before his days are expired. And we know this to be true based on what we're going to find in 1 Kings, where David admit out of his own mouth he's seen the promise with his own eyes before he died. Huh? Did he see himself sitting back on the throne? Or did he see the true words of Yahweh being fulfilled before his own eyes, before his days was expired? It reads again in the 12th verse, and when thy days be fulfilled, and thou shalt sleep with thy fathers, I will set up thy seed. Please take note of the wording. Please put those same words with Abraham. Please put those same words with Noah. Please put those same words with Isaac. Please put those same words with Jacob. And even with yourself today. It is your seed that carries your name. You ain't going to come back and carry your name. Your house. What a lonely house without a wife and children. Your house denotes the seed. Not you living forever, nor you living your days out without the seed. It tells us, I will set up thy seed after thee, the 12th verse of the 2nd chapter, or the 2nd Samuel, 7th chapter, which shall proceed out of thy bowels. And please take note, and I will establish his kingdom. Well, we got people teaching. Well, that's true, Brother Samuel. We ain't fussing against that. We know that the Almighty gave him a seed. But the seed didn't do like David. So the Almighty destroyed that family. That's what you're saying. And we had other people thinking like that in our book. So the Almighty destroyed that family. And he, with his perfect, infinite self, he just going to bring back David. Well, that is a lie. And that is making Yahweh a liar. Even though you trying to establish Yahweh as infinite, you're making him a liar. Because the Almighty already told David what he was going to do while he was alive. And it's already stated in the great Psalm 89, that he will not alter a word that he promised David. And what is the promise? As we read, it says in the 13th verse, he shall build an house for my name. David didn't do that, but I bet you his seed did, as promised. And I will establish the throne of his kingdom forever. That great kingdom denoted a kingdom of peace. Thus, the king name was Solomon, Saloma, meaning peace. And it was truly a great kingdom. Even though we got scriptures showing that Solomon sinned against Yahweh in his old age. It tells us in the 14th verse, for those that don't understand, that Yahweh is not a man that he should lie, nor a son of man that he should repent. As he stated in Psalms 89, I will not alter one dotted word that I promised promised David and his seed. See, don't forget, the promise is not just to David, it's to his seed also. Thus we read in the 13th verse, he shall build an house for my name, and I will establish the throne of his kingdom forever. I will be his father. He ain't talking about David. He's telling David what he's going to do to his children. I will be his father. And he, which denotes the children, shall be my son. As we read in Psalms 2. If he commit iniquity, here you go. Those that don't truly understand what was promised to David, because what has been taught to you, it was taught to me also before I learned better. I was saying the same thing. That no, it's David coming back. No, it's David because that was taught to me. But when a man told me to prove it, show me that, I could never show that. I could never show the law nor the testimony to show whoever asked me to prove it that I had light on the matter. But when I learned better, I was more than ready and able to show any man or woman that what was promised to Abraham or promised to David. And it was a seed and a house. Thus it tells us, I will be his father, and he shall be my son. If he commit iniquity, and it's talking about the line of sons. It's not just talking about Solomon. Thus we know that Solomon had a son that ruled after him. And we also know that we had many other kings that ruled after them. And that we also know that out of all those kings, there were 3 kings that Yahweh called the son of David. And the promise was, if they walk like David, that house will continue to be established forever. Well, we got 3 kings that did. And also the promise was, if they did not, if they commit iniquity, I will chastise them by the rod of man and by the stripes of the sons of men. But I will not do your children as I did Saul and his children. And what did he do to Saul? And what did he do with his children? He cast Saul off the throne, and none of Saul's children ruled Israel. And Yahweh promised David, I will not do your children like that. So his children got to get back on the throne based on Yahweh's word. And Yahweh is not a liar. So it tells us again in the 14th verse in its entirety, I will be his father, and he shall be my son. If he, the children, commit iniquity, I will chasten him with the rod of men and with the stripes of the children of men. But my mercy, what we pray for each and every day, but my mercy shall not depart away from him. What's the example? As I took it from Saul, whom I put a way before thee. And note, for those way in the back, and thy house and thy kingdom shall be established forever before thee. Well, stop, because wisdom is the principal thing. So get it. Read these verses. But in all your reading, please beg for understanding. Because David is about to die. Well, what do the 16th verse mean? If David is about to die, how is the 16th verse applied? For it reads, and thy house and thy kingdom shall be established forever before thee. How is that done? If the king himself is about to die, and the Almighty let him know that this was going to come out of your bowels, it was going to be your children that established it, and then he tell him what he would do if his children sin, and then he says, and thy house and thy kingdom shall be established forever before thee. Thy throne shall be established forever, unending. How is that done if this man is about to die? And who took his place when he died? And all these kings ruled. I don't care if they was, I do care, but I'm just showing you and making a distinction. If they did good or bad, these words did not change. They was just afflicted. They just found themselves many times sent to captivity. But when they were brought out, these words was reestablished. To have a Davidic dynasty, the children had to rule, or that kingdom could not be, nor that throne be established. And the 17th verse confirms that these words are true, that this is the vision, not a vision that our brothers and sisters have about a dead man ruling over Israel. For it tells us, according to all these words, and according to all this great Mashiach vision, and that is anointed one, not a Messiah, but a anointed one. According to all these words, and according to all this vision, so did the faithful. And I'm going to show you how faithful he is, because his house is going to be established with David's house. It says, according to all these words and according to all this vision, so did Nathan the prophet speak unto David. And after David heard these great words, the 18th to the 29th verse denotes the great appreciation. David started praying, appreciating what he was just told. He started praying to Yahweh to show his appreciation for the great vision that Nathan revealed unto him. And the vision did not denote him coming back to life. He was not praying because he thought that he was coming back to life. He was praying in appreciation because of the continuation of his house by his seed. Thus, it tells us, if we pick up at the 19th verse, and it says, And this was yet a small thing in thy sight, Yahweh Elohim. Look, but thou hast spoken also of thy servant house. Look what David talking about. Damn what your brother done taught you. Look what David's saying out his own mouth after he's seen his great vision. But thou hast spoken also of thy servant's house for a great while to come. And is this the matter of man? No, that's why man got it wrong. That's why man keep teaching that David coming back. David is speaking while he alive. David ain't dead here yet. It says, is this the manner of man, Yahweh Elohim? And what can David say more into thee? Well, people have said David is thinking that he coming back. Well, David said, I ain't got nothing else to say on the matter. I believe what Yahweh said through the mouth of Nathan the prophet. I ain't got no add-on to it. I never told y'all I was coming back. That's what your brothers and sisters teaching y'all today. For David says, and what can David say more into thee? He talking to the Most High. For thy Yahweh knoweth thy servant. For thy word's sake, not for your brother, not for the house of Israel in Cincinnati, not for the house of Israel in Philly, not for the house of Israel in Chicago, but for thy, it says, for thy word's sake, and according to thy own heart, has thy done all these great things. It is greatness to set my sons up after me. To make thy servant know them, it is even great to have this great faithful man named Nathan to reveal this great vision unto me. It says, wherefore thy art great. Look what David is saying. Look how David appreciates what Yahweh said. Look how David giving Yahweh the glory for what Yahweh said. And what did Yahweh say again, y'all? Based on the 12th verse. And when thy days be fulfilled, and thou shalt sleep with thy father, I will set up thy seed after thee, which shall proceed out of thy bowels, and I will establish his kingdom, and he shall build an house for my name, and I will establish the throne of his kingdom forever. Well, David acknowledged that as greatness. Wherefore thy art great, Yahweh Elohim, for there is none like thee. Neither is there any Elohim besides thee. According to all that we have heard, and that's what you're supposed to acknowledge, what you're hearing with our ears. And what one nation in the earth is like thy people, even like Israel? There is none. Whom Elohim went to redeem for a people to himself, and to make him a name, and to do for you great things and terrible for thy land before thy people, which thou redeemest to thee from Africa, from the nations and their gods. For thou hast confirmed to thyself. These words are confirmed. So eventually you must don't understand what Hosea 3 and 5 mean. Eventually you must don't understand what Ezekiel 34 means. Eventually, you don't understand when you see David's name in Ezekiel, the 37th chapter. Eventually, you just don't understand when you see David's name in Jeremiah, the 30th chapter, nor in Jeremiah, the 33rd chapter, which we will go to. For it tells us, Israel, in the 24th verse, for thou hast confirmed. And we know that the law tells us in Deuteronomy, the 27th chapter, the 26th verse, cursed be he that confirm not all the words of the law and do them. And all the people that trust in Yahweh said, Amen. Well, for thou hast confirmed to thyself thy people Israel to be a people unto thee forever. And thy Yahweh art become their Elohim. So the true man will always be on the earth because Yahweh has confirmed to himself thy people Israel to be a people unto thee, Yahweh, forever. So he is on this earth. We just ain't established yet. It says in the 25th verse, and now Yahweh Elohim, and this is David still glorifying Yahweh for the vision he just received. He ain't asking for nothing else. He ain't asking to come back. He ain't asking for an alteration of these words. It says, and now Yahweh Elohim, the word that thou hast spoken concerning thy servant, look, y'all, and concerning his house, establish it. How long? Until they mess up? Until you think you coming back to life? It says, establish it forever. And do as thou hast said. Not what your brothers and them think. Not how they interpret where they see the name David, but as thou hast said. And if you forgot that quick, what Yahweh has said, all you got to do is go back to the 12th verse and read it again. And let thy name, see, the Almighty name is on it. Y'all want to call Yahweh a liar just to bring David back. I refuse to do that, brothers and sisters. I used to do that when I was taught wrong. I no more will Samuel ever do that. It says, and let thy name be magnified forever, saying Yahweh of hosts is the Elohim over Israel. And let the house of thy servant, please take note. Y'all is really against David when you try to flip it and say we're against him. It says, and let the house of thy servant David be established before thee. For thy Yahweh of hosts, the Elohim of Israel, has what? Revealed by way of vision to thy servant, saying, again, for those way in the back, I will build thee an house. Therefore, have thy servant. Look why David is telling y'all he praying. Look why David is telling y'all he making this prayer of appreciation. It says, therefore, have thy servant found in his heart to pray this great prayer of appreciation unto thee, based on the words that Brother Samuel just read. And now, O Yahweh Elohim, thy art that Elohim, for he is the only Elohim, and thy words be true. And thou hast promised this goodness unto thy servant. Therefore, the reason why, now let it please thee to bless the house of thy servant, that it may continue after me forever. before thee. For thy Yahweh Elohim has spoken it, and you are not a liar. And with thy blessing, let the house, not let your servant, but let the house of thy servant be blessed forever. And it go hand in hand with the word that is promised to his forefather, Abram. They that bless thee shall be blessed, and they that curse thee shall be cursed, even this house. It also tells us in confirmation, if we go to 1 Kings real quick, the first chapter. I'm only going to use a couple, and then we're going to open up. I got many presentations on this subject matter. I just thought it would be a good time to include it because the nations rage today. The nations is confederate today. But in the day of Yahweh establishment, the house of David will rule again by way of the Davidic dynasty. Thus it tells us in 1 Kings, go straight to the point. We can pick up at the 46th verse. I'll start at the 45th, just because Nathan's name is there. It tells us in the 45th verse of 1 Kings, the first chapter. And Zadok, the priest, and Nathan, the prophet, have anointed him king in Gahan, and they are come up from thence, rejoicing, so that the city reigned again. This is the noise that ye have heard. And also Solomon, or Solomon, sitteth on the throne of the kingdom, which denoted a peaceful kingdom. And moreover, the king's servant came to bless our master. Look, he's still alive. And he ain't going to say nothing different than what was told him in 2 Samuel, the 7th chapter. Thus, the 47th verse of 1 Kings says, the first chapter, and moreover, the king's servants came to bless our master, King David. How did you bless him? What did you do? Or what did you say? It reads, saying, Elohim make the name of Solomon better than thy name. Did you get that? Now, this is the great time for David to rebel against this. This is the great time for David to show his dissatisfaction with these words. This is the great time for a rebellious man that don't believe Yahweh speak up. Well, look what the man said. It said, again, in the 47th verse, and moreover the king's servant came to bless our master King David, saying, Elohim make the name of Solomon better than thy name. David good with that, not y'all. And make his throne greater than thy throne. David good with that, but not y'all. And the king, look what he did. He didn't raise up and say, give me a sword and cut his head. He said, and the king bowed himself upon the bed. And also thus said the king, blessed be Yahweh Elohim of Israel, which hath given one to sit on my throne, because only one at a time. It wasn't 2 and 3 sitting on the throne at the same time. So David is just acknowledging, have given one to sit on my throne this day. And note, he is eyewitness. Even if though you don't want to witness, he is eyewitness. It says, my eyes even seen it. That should be more than end of the story, but I know it's not. Thus, let us turn our scriptures to Psalms 89. Psalms 89. Just like we read Psalms 72. Our brother Yamin read Psalm 72. And if you read it and understood it, you should know that it's the exact same thing we about to read in Psalms 89 and what we just read in 2 Samuel, the 2nd chapter, or 2 Samuel, the 7th chapter. But right now, we're going to Psalms 89. And what do we find here? More truth that could never be altered. Thus, it tells us in Psalms 89, let's start at the first verse. Let's understand what these great mercies denote. And it reads, in Psalms 89, I want to read the first 4 verses. Now let's read the first 5 verses. And it reads, this is Michelle of El Athens, the Azarite. It's a psalm. It allows us to know that Elohim agrees with David. And what is it that he agrees with? It says, I will sing of the mercies of Yahweh forever. With my mouth will I make known thy faithfulness. All right, now we're getting somewhere. Because your brother has stated over and over again, the faithful words of Yahweh is not David coming back to life, ruling the living seed of Israel, but his children will continue to rule, will continue to sit on the throne, and will continue to establish the Davidic, just like the Hamitic, just like the Shemitic, well, the Davidic dynasty. It reads, with my mouth will I make known thy faithfulness. To who? Just the generation of David before he died? Just to Zadok and Nathan? No, it says to all generations. Don't worry, they ain't going to change. Well, what is those words? Because according to the rumors that we hear today, those words change. They said David coming back. Well, that ain't what David knows saying, nor the psalmist. Thus, the 2nd verse says, for I have said mercy. And please take note of this word, because that's the same word that you find in 2 Samuel, the 7th chapter. For I have said mercy shall be built up forever. Thy faithfulness shall thy establish in the very heavens. Well, what is this faithfulness? What do this faithfulness denote? What is the psalmist talking about? Why did David pray to Yahweh? What was he praying about? What did he show that he appreciated Yahweh saying? It reads in the 3rd verse, I have made a covenant. And we love to say, well, Yahweh don't break his covenant. Well, this one ain't broken either. I have made a covenant with my chosen. Well, Abraham was chosen. Isaac was chosen. Jacob was chosen. Are they coming back to life? Or do the choosing denote their seed? It says, I have made a covenant with my chosen. I have sworn into David, my servant. Please, Yahweh, open up our ears this day, that we may fear thee and depart from evil. Show us what thou hast said, no matter what our brothers and sisters interpret this day. And what is read and seen in the 4th verse is these great faithful words of mercy. Thy seed will I establish. How long? Because they keep saying only until they messed up. And the seed of David messed up, so he brought David back. That is a bold-faced lie. And the reason why I call it bold, because these words is right in front of your face, and you are bold enough to say something other than that. Thy seed will I establish forever, and build up thy throne. Well, how's you building it up? Me getting on the throne? No, fool, you see. To all generations. Not some, but to all generations. Selah. And the heavens shall praise thy wonders. This is the psalmist. Yahweh, thy faithfulness also in the congregation of the saints. But the saints understand these things. Let me read that 6th verse. It says, for who in the heaven can be compared unto Yahweh? No one. Who among the sons of the mighty can be likened unto Yahweh? No one. Elohim is greatly to be feared. And if you truly fear him, you're going to confirm every word in the assembly of the saints. And to be had in reverence of all them that are about him. And also we find in this great psalm, give me 1 minute. We all on hold, but give me 1 minute to finish up. It says in Psalms 89, if we pick up at the 27th verse. And what do we find in the 27th verse to the 39th verse? Because I want to add this 39th verse. A lot of people don't even read this. I want to add the 39th verse. Well, let's pick up at the 27th verse. And this will show that it's talking about David's seed, and it even gives us a glimpse of David's seed being punished. But the faithful word will be reestablished. For it tells us in the 27th verse, also I will make him my firstborn, higher than the kings of the earth. That's why they all going to bow down that day and even in the last day. My mercy, which you just read about in the first 4 or 5 verses, my mercy will I keep for him forevermore. And what do the mercy denote again, Israel? Thy seed. And my covenant shall stand fast with him. What does it denote? The 29th verse reads, his seed also will I make to endure forever, and his throne as the days of heaven. Again, for those sitting way in the back and refusing to confirm every word that's been taught, that their children did not do what Yahweh said, thus they got their crown cast to the ground, and David will sit back on the throne. It reads, if his children forsake my law and walk not in my judgments, if they break my statutes and keep not my commandments. Then I will visit their transgression with the rod, as it read in 2 Samuel, the 7th chapter, the 14th verse. Then will I visit their transgression with the rod, and their iniquity with the stripes of the sons of man. That's how I read in 2 Samuel, the 7th chapter. The 33rd verse reads, nevertheless, my loving kindness will I not utterly take from him, as it read in 2 Samuel, the 7th chapter, as he took from Saul and his seed. I will not utterly take from him, nor suffer my faithfulness, which is the sons of David, to fail. The 34th verse reads, my covenant, my mutual agreement, my contract will I not break, nor alter the thing that is gone out of my lips. Well, Yahweh, I need your help, because my brothers and sisters' ears have been closed. Please open them and let them know what this covenant denotes. Let them know what you will not alter, which was the thing that went out of thy lips that David praised. And the 35th and the 36th verse says this: once I have sworn by my holiness that I will not lie. Y'all want to call Yahweh a liar, and to David. For anytime you say anything other than this, you saying Yahweh lied. Thus, the 36th verse denotes his faithfulness, his mercy, and what do we find written? His seed shall endure forever, and his throne as the sun, the S-U-N, before me. It shall be established forever as the moon, and as a faithful witness in heaven. And I'm going to use these same words by a prophet that y'all say that David is going to come back. It's in his book. It's in this particular prophet book. Well, we're going to find out that ain't what the prophet said, nor is that what the prophet means. It says, dealing with the prophet Jeremiah, it says, as a faithful witness in the heaven, Selah. And please take note, I usually don't read it, but I'm going to read it to let you know, even at this time, David's seed was ruling, and his seed was committing iniquity. To the extent Yahweh did what he promised to David, and that was chastise them by the rod of men and by the stripes of the sons of men. Thus we find in the 38th and the 39th verse, but thy hast cast off and abhorred, and thy has been wroth with thy anointing. How? It reads in the 39th verse, thou hast made void the covenant of thy servant. Thou hast profaned his crown. How? By punishing us. It says, by casting it to the ground. And David ain't there. This is many years after David had died. But it still show us the punishment. 1 second, please. it still shows us the punishment. Thus, it allows us to know that the Almighty will reestablish them as the Almighty promised David. And even at this time, there was a king on the throne that committed iniquity, and the Almighty did to him as he promised David that he would, but he would not do to him nor them as he did to Saul and his sons or his seed. So we know that after the punishment, that the seed of David will be back established, ruling the Davidic kingdom and the Israelites. Thus, let us go to Jeremiah, the 33rd chapter, and I think we will end on that note. Let us turn to Jeremiah 33 to end this particular part of the presentation, allowing anyone to know what was promised to David, and that was his seed shall endure forever and sit on the throne. So when Israel find themselves in captivity and brought back, it won't be David brought back, but it will be a seed. And we tried to show that dealing with Zerubbabel coming back with the priests in the days of Ezra and Nehemiah coming out of Babylon. And any of us that know Scripture, any of us that understand time and place of Scripture, we know for a fact David did not come out of Babylon. But we know that Jeremiah, Ezekiel, Hosea, and the Psalms used the David name. But we know that David did not come back to sit on the throne. But his seed did rule Israel, and his seed denoted the house. So the house, the dynasty, the Davidic dynasty did get set back up by way of thy seed, not David. Let us all please turn to Jeremiah, the 33rd chapter, in closing. And what do we find here? More true? Absolutely. For it tells us in Jeremiah, the 33rd chapter, and let's pick up at the 14th verse, and let's end at the 26th verse. And please take note of what is written. For it reads, behold, the days come, for there is a time and season for everything under the sun. Thus it reads, behold, the days come, said Yahweh, that I will perform that good thing which I have promised into the house of Israel and to the house of Yehudah, which the David belongs to. In those days, and at that time, I will cause the branch, no, not the tree, the branch of righteousness to grow up into David. Just like he said he will establish David's throne, David's house, it says to grow up into David. And he shall execute judgment and righteousness in the land, which would be under what your brother called the Davidic dynasty. In those days shall Yehudah be saved, and Jerusalem shall dwell safely. I said we're going to end on this note. We're going to end in the book of Zechariah, because I want to make a point based on what I stated earlier. Thus, the 16th verse reads, in those days shall Yehudah be saved, and Jerusalem should dwell safely, and this is the name wherewith she, talking about Jerusalem, shall be called Yahweh our righteousness. For thus said Yahweh, David shall never want a man to sit upon the throne of the house of Israel. Why not? Because of what Yahweh promised him. Because of what he knew before he died. Because of what he seen with his own eyes. And making the comparison to help us to know that he's talking about a house and not an individual, the 18th verse reads, neither shall the priestess, the Levite, want a man before me to offer burnt offerings and to kindle meat offerings and to do sacrifices. Why not? Based on what was promised to Levi, what was promised to Aaron in his house. And we know how the scripture reads, how Aaron's son will sit in his stead, the same with David's sons, sitting in his stead instead of David. It tells us in the 19th verse from this great prophet Jeremiah that many people have lied on, and the word of Yahweh came into Jeremiah saying, thus said Yahweh, if ye can break my covenant of the day and my covenant of the night, and that there shall not be day and night in their season, as it says in Psalms 89, the 37th verse, then may also my covenant be broken with David, my servant. So the only way that you can ever possibly establish David coming back, the covenant of night must be broken, the covenant of day must be broken, and day and night is not seen in their season. And I swear, this morning we seen the sun, and if you look out your window based on where you're at, you should see the night. And if you do, then that is a witness that David's seed will sit upon a throne and not David. Thus it reads in the 21st verse, then may also my covenant be broken with David my servant. And what do the covenant denote? Jeremiah, it says that he should not have a son. Well, this is long after Solomon. That he should not have a son to reign upon the throne. And with the Levite, as it was when they came out of Babylon, it was the Levite, the priest, Joshua, and the seed of Yehuda, the seed of David, Zerubbabel. Thus it reads here, then may also my covenant be broken with David my servant, that he should not have a son to reign upon his throne, and with the Levite, the priests, my ministers. And then he compared his covenant so strong and tight with the heavens, for it reads, as the host of heaven cannot be numbered, neither the sand of the sea measured. So y'all got it twisted. You're saying David's seed sinned. You can only show as many kings that we find in the book of Chronicles and the book of Kings, where the Almighty said this number surpassed that. So will I multiply the seed of David, my servant, and the Levites that minister unto me. And then it says, moreover, the word of Yahweh came to the faithful prophet Jeremiah, saying, consider thy not what this people has spoken. Well, Brother Samuel has. That's why I have so many lessons on David and his seed. So the Almighty is speaking to Jeremiah and said, consider thy not what this people has spoken. I have, saying, the two families. Well, who is the family? What do the family denote? The house. The house of David and the house of Levi. It says, consider thy not what this people has spoken, saying the two families which Yahweh hath chosen, and you cannot unchose what Yahweh hath chosen. If you do, you are not confirming Yahweh's words. And we know what he said about that. Cursed be that man. It says, consider thy not what this people has spoken, saying the two families which Yahweh hath chosen, he hath even cast them off. And that is exactly what you are saying if you teach David is coming back. You have taught that David's family is cut off. You have taught that David's family is cast off. And the Almighty said, that will be an alteration. That will be a lack of faithfulness. That will be the lack of mercy. But we got people then and even today teaching that mess. It says, thus they have despised, and the Almighty called it, you are despising his people when you teach that David is coming back. And not only is you despising his people, you despising the word of Yahweh. It says that they should be no more a nation before them. And it takes all of them to be the nation of Israel. Thus said Yahweh, again, if my covenant be not with day and night, and it is, and if I have not appointed the ordinance of the heaven and the earth, we know it, he did, according to Genesis, the 1st chapter, then will I cast away, note, the seed of Jacob, and David, my servant. And do that mean he's talking about David himself? Continue reading. Don't lean upon your own understanding. In all thy ways acknowledge Yahweh. And if you do, you will find so that I will not take any of his seed. To be what? To be rulers. Over who? The seed of Abraham. Hallelujah. Isaac and Jacob. Why not? For I will cause their captivity to return. So you mean we don't see them right now? Not until I return your captivity. When I return to captivity, I bet you see the seed of David. And I bet you won't see David. Thus it closes and said, I will cause their captivity to return and have mercy on them. So when you come out of captivity, a live seed, a live man will be ruler over the seed of his brothers, Abraham, over Isaac, and over Jacob. And let's end on this note found in Zechariah. Let us turn our scriptures to Zechariah and close. And what do we find here? I was looking for the place thought it was in the 13th chapter. It's actually in the 12th chapter. And I'm going to read from the 12th chapter, the 7th verse. No, I'm going to read in the 12th chapter of Zechariah, the 6th verse to the 14th verse. And then I would just like to read the first 2 verses of the 13th chapter, and we will close this great presentation. So we are picking up in Zechariah, the 12th chapter, the 6th verse, and we're going to read all the way to the 13th chapter, the 2nd verse, and we will close and open up for comments and questions. Thus it reads. I'll start at the 5th verse. Sorry about that. And the governors of Yehuda shall say in their heart, the inhabitants of Jerusalem shall be my strength, and Yahweh of hosts their Elohim. In that day will I make the governors of Yehuda light and heath of fire among the wood, and like a torch of fire in a sheath, and they shall devour all the people round about, as we read in Psalms 2, on the right hand and on the left. And Jerusalem shall be inhabited again in her own place, even in Jerusalem. And Yahweh also shall save the tents of Yehuda first, that the glory of the house of David and the glory of the inhabitants of Jerusalem do not magnify themselves against Yehuda. In that day shall Yahweh defend the inhabitants of Jerusalem, and he that is feeble among them at that day, please take note, it ain't going to be David, it says, and he that is feeble among them at that day shall be as David. And the house, note, and the house of David shall be as Elohim, as the angel of Yahweh before them. And it shall come to pass in that day that I will seek to destroy all the nations that come against Jerusalem. And I will pull upon the house, not upon David, but surely, as I promised, on the house of David, and upon the inhabitants of Jerusalem, the spirit of grace and the supplication. And they, just like Noah found grace, so will the seed of David, so will the house of David. It says, and they shall look upon me, whom they have pierced, and they shall mourn for him as one mourned for his only son. And shall be in bitterness for him, as one that is in bitterness for his firstborn. In that day shall there be a great mourning in Jerusalem, as the mourning of Hadad Rimmon in the valley of Megiddo, and the land shall mourn every family apart. Note, the family, the houses, the family of the house of David apart. Not David, but truly the family of the house of David apart, and their wives apart. Note who else is with them. The family of the house of Nathan, the great prophet that revealed that vision to Nathan. He's included apart, and their wives apart. The family of the house of Levi, which will truly be with David's seed, apart, and their wives apart. The family of Shimei apart, and their wives apart. All the families that remain, every family apart, and their wives apart. The 13th chapter, the first and second verse, and we will close on this note. It reads, in that day there shall be a fountain open for David. That is not what it said. But what it does read, in that day there shall be a fountain open to the house of David to clean them up, to reestablish them. It says, and to the inhabitants of Jerusalem. For what? For sin and for uncleanness. And it shall come to pass in that day, for there is a time and season for everything that's under the sun. And Yahweh required that which is past, thus it shall come to pass in that day, said Yahweh of hosts, that I will cut off the names of the idols out of the land, and they shall no more be remembered. And also I will cause the prophets and the unclean spirit to pass out of the land. And it shall come to pass that when any shall yet prophesy, when his father and his mother that begot him shall say unto him, thou shalt not live, for thou speakest lies in the name of Yahweh. And his father and his mother that begot him shall thrust him through when he prophesies. Why? Because all that is said has been fulfilled. We will end on that note. We will open up for comments and questions. Is there any comments or questions from the children of Israel dealing with this great presentation, the ancient Hebrews, black or white, African or Arabian, and what does it mean when we find David's name written in the books of the prophets? It is none other than the word of Yahweh that denote faithfulness and mercy and grace that Yahweh promised David's house and his seed forevermore. You can unmute yourselves on the... Everyone should be unmuted. You can... Is there any comments or questions?
Allow Yah.
Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful.
Allow Yah.
Hallelujah.
Allow Yah. This is Brother Eliakim.
Yes, sir.
Gerson. How you doing, brother? Doing
Just
good.
fine, my brother.
Good. Yes, and to the rest of the family. I just wanted to say this is truly an answer to prayer. Another wonderful, wonderful, glorious way of Yahweh leading us out of darkness into his light. And I just want to say it was much appreciated and right on time with everything that's going on with the rage of the nations. And I do just want to comment on one thing and say that years and years ago in the 40s or the early 50s, there was a king of Egypt who was asked in a famous interview in Time Life magazine, did he ever think there would be peace in Israel? And he said no. And that shocked the Westerners. So they asked him why. They asked him, don't you want there to be peace in Israel? And he said, of course. And he said, well, then why? I'm perplexed. Why are you saying that you don't think there'll ever be peace in Israel, but yet you want it to be peace in Israel? We're confused. And he said, could you explain to us why you give us this answer? And I saw it with my own eyes and heard with my own ears. I was fortunate enough to hear it before they took it off of YouTube as a documentary tape. And he said, because Israel has turned white when they left black. Now, this was an Egyptian, one of them Arabic descent type Egyptians. So I just want to say that this only confirms Yahweh's word again. And I really appreciate the message. And hallelujah, I reserve my time and allow somebody else to say something. Praise Yahweh.
Hallelujah. And you can rest assured, as I stated at the beginning of this presentation, I have listened to y'all comments and questions in the last couple of presentations, and you were one of the people I listened to, and you made the statement that you just made. So we wanted to prove without a shadow of a doubt that you were right, that Israel could never be white, that Israel was always of an African descent, that they always was blessed with the beautiful color of blackness and that nappy head.
Love ya. I love my nappy.
Yeah.
Very wisely spoken, brother. Is there any other comments or questions?
Shalom, Brother Samuel. How you doing? This is Yahaziel.
Shalom, my brother.
I enjoyed your teaching today on Shem, Ham, and Japhet, the genealogy.
Yes, sir.
And that we're all from Africa. That was a great teaching through Scripture.
Hallelujah.
And the clarification on David not being raised, but his seed is who it's talking about, contrary to what I've always been taught. Thank you for that teaching, brother. That was awesome. May Yah bless you and keep you continuing to show Yah's word through truth. Hallelujah.
Hallelujah. Likewise, my brothers and sisters. And you're absolutely correct. I was taught the same thing. I taught that for almost 15 years before I learned better. The Almighty opened up my eyes, and he said, is you going to confirm my words or your brother's words? I know your brother is like a father to you. Are you going to confirm my words or his words? And I bowed down on my knees, and I promised that I will confirm his words. And thus, my eyes have been opened to where I can see clearly that it was his seed.
Hallelujah.
Hallelujah.
Very
Shalom.
wisely spoken, brother. Is there any other comments or questions?
Shalom, Brother Samuel. And everybody.
Hold on one second, sister. Hold on 1 second. I don't know if you can hear us on the brother already spoke. Go ahead, brother, and then you come on, sister. Go ahead, brother.
Hey, shalom, everyone. This is Brother Cephas. How you doing?
Just great.
Shalom, brother.
Yes, it was a great lesson, and just confirm what you said. To say David's coming back is to teach that David himself is coming back. You might well go ahead and be a Christian and say that you're waiting on JC to come back. You might well say the same thing. It just don't make sense.
And that is so true, brother. And I don't have all the facts right now, but that is the teachings of the converted ones. They are the ones that establish these things. I have a story, and it's just dealing with my teachings and my teacher. Well, the thing was that the JC of the New Testament was the anointed one, because they established that he was from the seed of David. They never said that he was David. They established that they were he was the seed of David. Well, my teacher, Alicia Israel, during the times that they were under Hodges and them, they thought the same thing. They taught the same thing. And one day, this is before I started, Alicia had came back and told his members, it was only a few of them at that day, Brother Daniel and Tyree and a few that was among them. They were meeting at Tyree house. They were meeting at Alicia job at the barber shop, and Alicia told them that he had a revelation that he wanted to reveal to all of them. And that revelation that he revealed to all of them, even though he was trying to battle the Christians, he still was wrong. The revelation that he gave us and have taught us that it was David coming back. And he felt that that was something that could crush what the Christians and the Edomites and all them, the Jew man, was teaching. So he taught that it was David. But the Almighty, as we read in Proverbs 4, the morning light into the perfect day, where the Almighty continued to shine his light to this perfect day and allow us to know even Alicia was wrong. It is the sun. We don't care if the Christian tried to use a character as the son. We just continue to use our scripture and show that they wrong. We're not going to change Yahweh's word because the enemy know how to supplant. We're not going to change Yahweh's word. So that teaching came by way of Alicia trying to squash the Christian theory. But he was wrong. It is the Son. It ain't Jesus, but it is the Son, Israel.
Hallelujah.
Is there any comments or questions? Go ahead, sister. And great comment, Brother Cephas.
Thank you. Thank you.
This is Yahya Israel, and I wanted to say that both parts of your teaching was good, and I enjoyed it. And thank you for teaching our friends from Africa and everything else, and getting this all started so everybody can hear this truth. Hallelujah.
Hallelujah. And that was very wisely spoken. And that's all we're trying to do is bring forth the light. All we're trying to do is continue to bring forth Yahweh light by the law and by the testimonies, that we may be in that great day of Yahweh light, that we truly understand all that Yahweh has said concerning his children. Hallelujah. That was very wisely spoken. Is there any other comments or questions?
Shalom, Elder Samuel.
Shalom, sis.
This is Shauna. I wanted to ask, when you were talking about, when you were reading about the bone of my bone, when a man marries of another nation, like you gave the example of Moses' wife. I mean, Moses being a Hebrew and he married an African woman. You said that Moses' wife became Hebrew when he married the African woman. So am I to understand that me as a woman, if I marry a man from another nation, I become that other nation because I married this person? Because you said Moses' wife became Hebrew when you were talking about bone of my bone.
Well, yes,
the bone of my bone.
Yes, where I was speaking in a spiritual sense, and in the spiritual sense, if the man was to leave his father and his mother's house, and he cleaved into his wife, the scripture told us what? They should become two or one.
One flesh.
Well, then that was assimilation and evaporation of that man. The man was the one that the Almighty said needed a helpmate. So the woman was to help the man. If the man is a Hebrew, so was the woman. Now, when I'm saying that, because we can use other examples where that wasn't so. Like when Abraham took Hagar that Sarah gave him, and it allows us to know that she was the mother and her son was of Ishmael, which is the Ishmaelites. Well, that is only because that was not the holy seed. That is only because that was not the holy seed that Yahweh made the covenant with. He established that when Abraham said, well, let Ishmael live. And Yahweh said, I am, because that is your son. And it came from Haggai. And I'm going to give him 12 princes, and I'm going to do this for him. But my covenant, the spirituality that your brother is talking about, my covenant will be toward Isaac, coming out of this old lady that you had a child with, which was Sarah. So that's what I mean by the spirituality.
Okay. Because I can understand becoming one with somebody when you are married to them, but I couldn't understand that I become that person's nation if they have another nationality.
Well, most times when we're dealing with spirituality, we're definitely dealing with marriage. And as it reads in the book of Malachi, the scripture says, why one? And the answer was to bring forth an Elohimly seed. So this Elohimly seed denotes this covenant. So the covenant is made with the Hebrew. And another great example is Ruth. When Ruth said, even though she was from another people, even though they might have praised another God, what did Ruth say based on the relationship that she had with the Israelite? I'm going to follow you. Your God going to be my God. She ain't called herself nothing else, even though the scripture might denote her as something else. She never thought of herself anything other than a Hebrew. And that's what it means when you become bone of my bone, flesh of my flesh. One.
Okay.
That's in spiritual level, right? Bone of my bone. Nationality.
Well, it's spiritual. It's spiritual, but in the context that I'm using it, it's also denoted as a nationality, because you become that Hebrew mother. You become just like the women that brought forth the 12 sons of Israel. It wasn't just one woman. And just like the Mennonite, just like when Moses married the Egyptian, his own brothers and sisters spoke against it, and the Almighty was so dissatisfied with them that he was going to kill them. It means a lot when we read that. Why? I mean, if I can be who I come from, why would the Almighty kill us for speaking against her?
Well, it's scripture that says that, other nations will cleave to Israel. So through Israel, they come, it's our righteousness. So at the end of the day, I'm not me, but say a man, a Hebrew man marries a Mennonite or another nation, they cleave to Israel, and they have to worship the Almighty. And yes, they have a place, but they still not going to be called Hebrew because it's marriage.
Well, another good example that I can probably use to show the similarity is the scripture tells us one law to the homeborn and what?
Right.
One law to the homeborn, and what's the rest of it say?
Something like the foreigners and everybody.
And one law to the stranger that sojourn among you, that is born in your house and bought with thy money. So it lets us know that the Almighty looked at those people as the same. Why would you be under the same law, the same word, if you're different?
because the law is different than the natural. That's why he said strangers, and that's why I say foreigners. That's different.
Well, maybe I used the wrong word saying nationality. I'm trying to speak the spiritual sense of how all the people, especially dealing with the beginning. That's why that's coming from the beginning. That is the first thing that Yahweh spoke about after his creation. After his creation, he spoke about how a man should leave his father and his mother house and cleave into his wife, and they should become one. So this unity, this union is so spiritually great that it is right next to the 7-day creation. So I'm just trying to use that to show how important these women were, same as how important these men were. And then let me say this. There is a story when the children of Israel came out of Egypt. One of the Hebrew women was married to the African. And it shows that the African was the Egyptian. It shows that the African was the man. Well, the story denotes the seed of those two, and it denotes that the seed of that union was destroyed. Yes. And I wonder why. I wonder why the seed of that union was destroyed. Could it be because the Israelite woman had married somebody other than the Hebrew? Absolutely.
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 Yeah, absolutely.
This is bone of my bone, flesh of my flesh. We definitely have to still understand that when the Most High said that, that he probably most likely put two Hebrews together. So we're the only species that go outside of who we are and mate. So even though Yah allowed us to, or our men, because he understood the seed would still be Hebrew, he allowed our men to do that, to marry outside the race. But most likely, those were the same race, and we're the only species that date outside our race. So he didn't put just man and any man or woman together. He put the same. That's what he does.
Yeah, we ain't talking about any man. We're not talking about any man or any woman. We are talking about the spiritual sense of who the Almighty chose, and this choosing came out of the Shemitic people. So we're dealing with Adam and Eve from the beginning, and then we're dealing with the children of the earth after that. So I was just trying to correlate marriage. I wanted to speak on that because a lot of people look at marriage a different way. There's a lot of rumors talking about feminism and how the woman was to rule the earth and man was just created to be the servant and all that. So that's why I read that and included that part in our presentation. But I wasn't really trying to be a scholar on our relationships. I was just trying to show at the beginning, show the genesis of relationships and how the Almighty established that a man should leave his father and mother house and cleave into his wife, and they should become one. We got stories about Abraham, Isaac telling their servants to make sure my son go to his mama house and get a wife. So those things are found in the scriptures. Those directions are found in the scriptures that we were to marry certain women on the face of the earth. And we married them and became one flesh.
Hallelujah.
We didn't have a lot of people. We didn't have a lot of people that we married and the women went around and started talking about who they were. If they spoke about Hebrew. They spoke about Israel. They didn't speak about where they from. And we even got stories, like I said about Ruth, where they will forsake where they came from to truly witness that they were of Hebrew descent.
Yes. Hallelujah.
Brother Israel. Okay.
Go ahead, brother.
Hey, Brother Cephas again. I just make a little comment. It might not be right, but I don't see another nation. I just don't see another nation of people just because they marry me, they become Hebrew. Now I do understand in the sense they take on to the ways of the Creator. It don't change who they are, but if they take hold to the ways of the Most High, it's just like they walking like Israel because. They can't be Israel because in the land, the book said there's one law for Israel and one law for the stranger, and then a stranger that's sojourn amongst us gonna have to follow the ways of the Most High to live in our land. But the Creator does say that they can't partake of the Passover because the Passover for Israel. And another case in point I want to make is that when you remember the story of Hadassah. Hadassah didn't marry a Hebrew, but she was able to deliver her people. She still was Hebrew, and the guy she married, the man that she married, wasn't necessarily a Hebrew. That don't mean that she became who that person is because she still had an identity. She still was Hebrew. But I think spiritually, if they take on the ways of the Most High, then it's just like that as one of us. But just for their nationality, just to change, I just don't see that.
Well, I started off by saying spiritually, and based on the comment you just made about the Passover, you got to read Exodus, the 12th chapter again, start at the 42nd verse, and read to the 51st verse, and tell me if the stranger was able to keep the Passover or not.
Oh, yeah, I mean, it was something, I might not necessarily be the Passover. I read something that a foreigner or somebody can't partake of the Passover. I might have misread it, but I'm just saying. But the bottom line, my point I was making was, I just don't see a person's nationality changing because they marry Hebrew. But I do see it if they take on to the ways of the Creator that are as one of us. And that is my opinion. I ain't got to be right, but that's just the way I see it.
And you're probably right, because that is not how I tried to explain it. I tried to explain it in a spiritual sense. I said that in the very first words, in a spiritual sense, that they became as Hebrew. They became as Israel.
Okay.
Because, and I'm using what it says when it says that you should cleave. If you cleaving into your husband, and ye shall become one. So I'm using it in that sense. We cleaving. Even though Yahweh is the main principal point, we still cleaving to being a woman, cleaving into that husband.
And another thing too.
And hold on, let me say this. And the man gene is dominant, correct?
Correct.
That's right. Yeah, X and Y.
Yeah, it is.
So what you give is of that man.
Absolutely.
Right. When he created Adam and Eve, the Creator created both of them, and a lot of things you got to understand. When the Creator speaks, He's speaking to the righteous, speaking to His people. We're supposed to be the righteous, and a lot of time when He's speaking of that, I'm under the impression that He's talking to what He wants His people to have. If He speaks something to Israel, it's for Israel. And but anyway, I get what you're saying. I just don't want nobody to get off the line thinking that just because you marry a Hebrew, the person to become a Hebrew. But spiritually, I understand it on that level.
No, the brother definitely wasn't. I definitely wasn't saying that. But another thing that we can consider is that the Almighty is perfect, and the Almighty, and we got a brother named Solomon, had 700 wives and 300 concubines. The Almighty showed that the most meekest and the faithfulest man in his house married another African who was an Ethiopian. Also married Zippor, which was a Mennonite. It allows us to know that the Almighty was 100 with that. All the 700 wives and the 300 concubines that Solomon married, Yahweh was 100 with that. And you say, well, why he keeps saying 100? Mm-hmm. Because the Almighty told us exactly who not to marry. So out of all the women in the world, the Almighty told us exactly who not to marry. But everybody else was cool.
Yep.
Oh yeah, you got a point there now. Definitely wants to make mad with the Canaanites.
So go ahead, sister. I wanted to ask, what do our brothers and sisters think about the part dealing with the Africans? Because, like I said, the marriage, I just threw in there based on what our brothers and sisters think about marriage. I hear a lot of complaints from our sisters of the relationships that they had endured. So that's one of the main reasons I even used that. That wasn't really used to establish was the Israelites black, but it was used based on the spirit that I feel our sisters have, and that I have seen them testify, and a lot of our sisters find themselves in bad relationships that's not fair and all that. So I just wanted to speak on that monotheism, dealing with one and cleaving into that one and being happy with that one. That is the only real reason why I use that part of the scriptures. But what do y'all think about what was on your heart dealing with the Africans? Like I said, in the last month, we had at least 2 sections dealing with the Africans, and a lot of people did not believe or thought that we should integrate with the Africans. What do y'all think about that?
Oh, can I say something? It's your honey.
Sure.
I have a question because you just made a statement about a sister marrying an African man. Now I don't know if this is the difference. Hebrew woman married an African man, but then you had said that her offsprings were cut off. So when you said that, I was like, now I'm getting a little confused here because I think it was 2 other teachings, two teachings ago, or maybe 3 teachings ago, we were talking about whether or not the Africans were our people. So when you just said that she had married an African and then her offsprings were pretty much cut off, that to me gave an indication that I guess that particular African was not accepted.
Well, I agree that particular African seed was not accepted. The Israelite woman, nothing happened to her, and it don't say anything happening to the African. Eventually, as the story reads, he went into the wilderness with them. The punishment happened. The child was killed in the wilderness. The woman made it in the wilderness. The father of that child made it in the wilderness. But the seed of that child, I guess we can say he did not denote the holy seed as it is written in Malachi 2. So that seed was destroyed. And we can find that story. We can find that story in Leviticus, the 24th chapter. And let me read a few verses. Maybe we can get a better understanding of what happened. It tells us in Leviticus, the 24th chapter, if we pick up at the 10th verse, and it reads, "And the son of an Israelite woman whose father was an Egyptian went out among the children of Israel. And this son of the Israelite woman and a man of Israel strolled together in the camp. So they fighting. And the Israelite woman, son, note what he did, so he get cut off. It says, and the Israelite woman's son blasphemed the name of Yahweh and cursed. And they brought him into Moses. And his mother's name was Salomith, the daughter of Dari, of the tribe of Dan. And they put him inward that the mind of Yahweh might be shown them. And this is what the mind said. It reads, and Yahweh speak into Moses, saying, bring forth him that have cursed without the camp, and let all that heard him lay their hands upon his head, and let all the congregation stone him. That thou shalt speak unto the children of Israel, saying, whosoever curse his Elohim shall bear his sin. So eventually it tells us that Yahweh was that son Elohim, even though the son came by way of an African man and an Israelite woman, that son was still known as the son of Elohim. And you say, well, how do you say that? Because the law says, again, and thou shalt speak unto the children of Israel, saying, whosoever cursed his Elohim shall bear his sin. So that son bared his sin. Why? Because he cursed against another God? No, because he cursed against Yahweh, which is his Elohim. And then the last verse says, in the 16th verse, and he that blasphemed the name of Yahweh, he shall surely be put to death, and all the congregation shall certainly stone him, as well the stranger, as he that is born in the land. When he blasphemed the name of Yahweh, shall be put to death. So that's why he was put to death. It didn't denote that he was not a son of Elohim. It actually denoted that he was.
Well, that's understandable. That makes more sense. But just the mere fact that it was a distinction between, having to do with the fact that she had married an African man. And so that's why I think we were talking several weeks back about whether or not the African people are really truly our, brothers. So when you read that, it just shows a distinction. That's all I'm saying. But I do understand that if another nation cleaves to the ways of the Almighty Yah, that they'll be accepted.
Well, what you think about the part we brought out dealing with Joseph and brought out dealing with Moses, where their own brothers and sisters could not distinguish them from the Africans? What you think about that part?
Well, I think it was amazing and it was awesome. But what I'm talking about is I already know, like I know about our men, right? But when it's pertaining to the Hebrew woman, if she marries somebody of another nation, if she marries a person of another nation and they cleave to the ways of the Almighty Yah, will they be accepted?
Oh, that's absolutely. That's anybody. That's anybody.
Exactly. Yep. So that's the thing.
Yeah, that's anybody. That's why we ended with all the nations will praise Yahweh and all that. That's why we ended that. That's anybody. But we were just trying to keep in context with the African. We trying to keep in contact with the people that look just like us. And I brought out that story about Joseph and Moses to show how evaporated and assimilated we were with the other people on the African continent to the extent that your own brother can look at you and cannot make a difference like that. That's an African. And that was your own brother.
Right.
So we was talking the last couple of weeks. We was saying like, no, they got different heads and all that. That is not true. That even though they had different heads, the look that the Almighty blessed the Hamitic and the Shemitic families with was so similar that your own house can't make a distinction. That's what I was trying to show.
Shalom, Elder Samuel.
Shalom, sister.
This is Shauna. I'm the lady that made said the comment about the shape of the head and everything. It wasn't a stupid statement because I have been around Ethiopians. I'm a teacher. I'm around people all the time. And when I was around some native Ethiopians, they do look distinctly different from Hebrews, even though we have our skin tone in common. And I did notice that they are most of the time they are taller than us and slender, and their heads are smaller than ours. I made that comment, and it wasn't a stupid gesture. It's a gesture that I've been very familiar with. That's why I said it.
I don't think I said stupid, but again, so
it's just the way in the context where you bring it up, like I was just talking out the side of my tongue.
No,
I'm an educator. I'm around different children of different nationalities. In fact, I be around those Japanese children, and they look similar to the Chinese because their eyes are slanted. But those people will tell you the Japanese people don't want you to call them Chinese, and the Chinese people don't want you to call them Japanese. They can tell themselves the difference from each other.
That is great. I didn't say stupid. And if you have listened
but
to
when
your
I make a comment, I make it for a reason. I don't say nothing out the side of my neck because I'm an educator. I'm bringing something forth that I have experienced being around Ethiopian people. Most of the time when I'm around them, I'm just saying their heads usually are smaller and their bodies are smaller. And they are taller. They are taller than a lot of Hebrews most of the time.
Okay.
Is you finished?
They are taller than us. Even though our skin tone is in common, they look very, very, their skin is very close to a so-called African-American Hebrew Israelite. Very, very close in common. Just like y'all said, it is the truth, but their actual bone structures is usually a little different from us.
Okay, I respond?
And that's the only way I can describe it. It may sound crazy the way I describe it, but that's the truth. I've been around a family of them. They are native Ethiopians. They are using their bone structures small and their heads are smaller than mine. I'm shorter than them with a bigger head and bigger lip.
Let me explain your brother's position. Again, even though I know you said it the last time, and you're making a comment justifying what you said right now. When your brother is teaching, there is many people on this call, and there is many people that will hear this presentation. I am speaking in general. I don't care who make comments, and I have stated, if you were truly paying attention to your brother, every comment, every question is important to me and to us. I truly appreciate all of the comments and all of the questions. We belittle no one. I have said on this presentation many times, there is no dumb questions, nor is there any dumb comments. Your brother has said that over and over again, and I know many people will witness that. So hallelujah. I hope you didn't feel away because of what I said, because it was not toward your particular comment. And if we paid attention to the presentation, don't forget now, you're telling me based on what you have seen being an educator. Well, I was speaking about ancient Hebrew. I wasn't speaking about modern Hebrews. This presentation was not about today Hebrew. It was about the ancient Hebrew. And the ancient Hebrew could not make a distinction. No head, no tallness, none of that was considered in the ancient Hebrew. Now today, sure, and we even discussed that point. Don't forget, I took the people to Jeremiah, the 13th chapter. I took the people to Jeremiah, the 2nd chapter. I took the people to Jeremiah 12th chapter to establish how we could look different today. Remember? I took the people there today to show us how we could look different today. So I agree that we might look different today, but the presentation was dealing with the ancient Hebrews, and based on these two great men, Joseph and Moses, the people could not make a distinction between their own Hebrew brother and the rest of the Africans. That's all I was saying, brothers and sisters.
Allah, yeah.
Is there any other comments or questions? And none of this is ever personal. None of this is ever personal. I don't care how I answer it. It is never personal. We are dealing with a lot of people.
Well, I'm going to finish my...
Go ahead, sister.
But I'll let somebody else talk, and then I'll...
Okay, let us hear from this sister on WhatsApp calling for Ghana. Go ahead, sister, for Ghana.
Shalom, sister.
Shalom, family.
Shalom, shalom.
Yeah, what a beautiful presentation. You really, oh my God, I don't know what to say. Absolutely nice, brother. Very nice. You really, I'm so happy that you included Africa. When you went to the land of Canaan, I was clapping because, the Almighty gave Canaan to us. And we know it's Ham's land. It's Ham, it belongs to him. But the Almighty gave that to us. He gave it to Abraham. He gave it to Isaac, Jacob. He reaffirmed it with Moses. Everything, so I get so upset when people try to say Palestine is our land, and, because it's not according to Scripture. And, so I was just so floored. You did a wonderful job. I really admire, I can't expect to agree with anybody 100% of the time. If because we won't see eye to eye like that. But for the most part, I can agree. I can see where you're coming from with everything that you teach. It's only one or two things we might differ on, and but other than that, I'm fine. You did a really good job, brother. I really appreciate, everything that you do. I don't have any complaints.
Hallelujah. And that was very wisely spoken, my sister. And I truly thank the Almighty that He opened up thy ear that thou may hear, that you may fear Yahweh and depart from evil. And there is no big discrepancy about you not agreeing with every word, because we understand that today we all are in darkness. And the Almighty said, according to the 4th chapter of Proverbs, the 18th verse, it says, but the path of the just is as the shining light that shine more and more into the perfect day. So all we're doing is gravitating to this great light until we get to the perfect day.
Hallelujah.
There's places here, brother. There's so many things here I wish y'all could see. You know, if you could see it firsthand, you would understand it so much better. But, you know, I guess maybe if you take a trip here and come and just go back, you know, you will see so many things.
Absolutely. I truly understand and I truly believe that. Absolutely. And that's also verse versa. You know, a lot of people come to the United States and you're going to see a lot of things. And what we're going to see mostly is all the things we have in common as a people that is oppressed based on their skin color.
Yes, indeed.
Great comment, my sister from Ghana. And
I don't have anything more to say. I'll just let someone else say their comment. But I want to thank you and let you know what beautiful presentation you did.
I thank you for lending an ear that you may hear. Do you mind pronouncing your name for us, please?
My name is Elam.
Elam.
Mm.
Yeah.
Great name. Hallelujah.
Well, greetings, Elam. Sister
Hallelujah.
It's in Exodus 16.
Yes, ma'am. That's why I said great name.
Okay, thank you.
Is there any other comments or questions?
This is Brother Eliakim again.
Yes, sir.
I just wanted to throw in a number of things came to mind while I was listening to everybody's comments. And one of them was how Yahweh never intended for his people to mix with other races or other peoples. So this phenomenon is one of the side effects of the curse of being cast out to have desires for the flesh outside of the people that he chose to produce a godly seed from. I doubt very seriously that anybody that is outside of the race of his chosen people could produce godly seed. All I can say is I'm not worried about that. I'm just focusing on the point because a lot of people seem to be fighting to hold on to whatever they have, and that's just something they have to deal with if they made that choice. I myself choose not to do so simply because I don't want that dilemma. However, I'm not knocking anyone else, but I hold on to the word of Yahweh as my inspiration to stay as pure as unpure as I am, but to stay true to what I believe is his direction, even though we know we're not under the law. And I'm going to just point to Ezra chapter 9, the book of Ezra, the book of Deuteronomy chapter 7, Ezra chapter 8. These are references to Yahweh's intention. So we should be raising our children in a way. I'm not saying, I'm just saying, to me, I raised my children to look for another Hebrew. Even though we don't know how tainted our blood is, we don't worry about that, because what's happening spiritually on the inside by that directing spirit that he put in us at birth is that love for originality, for him. And when this was before even knowing that a Bible or a Word of God existed, it was to be in love with the one that created all this magnificence. So even though we are in this condition over here, sick and diseased and out of our minds, our right minds, I should say, influenced by Western education, influenced by Western theology, and influenced by Western ways of business and economics, that's all vanity. The main thing is to stay humble and to stay focused on Yahweh's word and base our decisions and our choices on that. And that is the primary factor for everything. Regardless if we're not in the same place, we don't have to be, because he's not requiring that of us right now. He's requiring us to keep doing, as our brother and presenter Shemuel has put it so eloquently, is to stay focused, ever moving toward, as his word says, that more perfect light. And we know that it's not going to happen until he makes it happen. He's the only one that can open anybody's eyes. Not a man named Jesus, who I call the great magician. So anybody that is trying to, like, for example, I'll give a quick example. For me, I had the dilemma of being a part of a Messianic group, and they knew I was a single man, and every time they would try to introduce me to somebody, she was a Caucasian. So I had to remind them plenty of times, I'm not, this is not a thing that I'm racist, but there's something deeper going on inside of me. I don't want, maybe what I'm listening to is Yahweh starting something from within me, and I'm listening to it, and I hear it loud and clear. So I don't intend on allowing my fleshly desires get in the way of that. So all I'm saying is when people say they, find themselves attracted to outsiders, I call them, foreigners, is it for the right reason? I had one sister tell me that, I accepted her husband. He's Italian or whatever, and she introduced me to it, but she never told me she was married to an Italian. I thought I was going to meet a brother. So anyway, when I got there, I was taken back by it a little bit. I wasn't racist, but I was disappointed because I wanted it to be a brother. She seemed intelligent, so I wanted it to be a brother. So that was my thing, but she got upset at me because she thought that I was, racist or something. But I told her it has more to do with my desire and my love for what Yahweh talks about. I desire his kingdom. I desire that relationship, and how he says he didn't want his people to mix with other races. Heck, it even goes down, it's so deep, so that nobody can refute what I'm saying with the word of his word, is that he didn't even want the Israelite tribes to mix. He wanted them to stay within their own tribe. Yahweh divided the nations. Yahweh divided and caused the tongue to split and everybody speaking different languages. It pleases Yahweh that we are divided, and he has something set apart. And that's all I wanted to say right there. And I speak that with every bit of conviction in my heart. And if you have something to refute that, please reprove me, because I love it. And I know that when I get reproved, and I can accept it, because ain't no ego here. I love it because I know I have a chance to show Yahweh that I'm serious, that I truly love what he says in his word, and he's using his servant, Brother Shemuel, to help me see clearer. And that goes with other people, and a lot of you all people making comments. It's the same thing. It's the same thing. I see you all as servants of his when you add something, because that's what we got to do. We got to share. Nobody's above anybody. We're just sharing, and it's all to get closer to the light. I don't hear nobody talking about trying to find a way to get closer to anything less than Yahweh. So I am just saying, Halal Yah, and the name that he gave me to focus on, not that it's my given name, Eliakim, and it means Yahweh raises up. And that's what is happening right here, and that's what I see happening under the presentations of Brother Shemuel. That's what I want to say. Hallelujah. Hallelujah.
Hallelujah. And that was very wisely spoken, and I understand where you're coming from. And based on many of the things you just stated, the only thing we have in common to really try to establish that true blood is our skin color. Our skin color is the main factor that we use far as establishing that true blood and having relationships. We know that these Italians and white folks don't look nothing like us. When our fathers and them was running from prosecution, they did not run to India. They did not run to Asia. They did not run to Italy. They ran into Africa. So the only thing that we have that can really be a focus point for us in like marriage and things like that is our skin color. There is instructions given in Jeremiah, the 29th chapter, dealing with people that found themselves in captivity, that found themselves in Babylon. And it says, take ye wives and beget sons and daughters, and take wives for your sons, and give your daughters to husbands, that they may bear sons and daughters, that ye may be increased there and not diminished. Well, those things are still transpiring today. We are taking wives, and hopefully we are taking wives that look like us. And we are giving our sons wives that look like us and their mother. And we are giving our daughter husbands that look like us and their fathers. So I agree with that, but we also must take in consideration when we talk about Deuteronomy 7 and all those great chapters, we must take in consideration that Yahweh is talking to somebody that he has saved. Yahweh is talking to somebody that he has cleansed. Yahweh is talking to somebody that he has made a covenant with. Well, today, we don't find ourselves in that situation. We find ourselves in Egypt. We find ourselves in Babylon. We find ourselves in captivity. And your brother stated in this great presentation about the many breeding farms, the many times that not just our women was raped, but our men was raped. Not only were they raped, like I stated, where the word motherfucker come from. We had to breed with our own mothers. So how pure is our blood? We had men that was used to breed with any woman. And when I say any woman, I don't have the history of dealing with the white woman unless the white woman wanted it or the white woman oppressed you and forced herself on you. But we have much knowledge about the breeding farms in America and abroad, and those breeding farms consist of men of Mandingo consent or different tribes of Africa that lay with many other sisters that might have been Israel, that might have been of Africa, but the fact still remains that they had to lay with those women to bring forth children. So far as our blood being pure like an Israelite, that is really hard to denote. That is really hard to prove. Thus, your brother used it 2 chapters, which was Ezra, the 2nd chapter, the 59th to the 63rd verse, and Nehemiah 7. 64 to 65. Even though we can read in Jeremiah 29 that we were commanded or we were instructed to take wives and beget daughters and sons and give daughters to sons and sons to daughters, we still know when they came out of Babylon, many of the people was not accepted because they were not able to show a record of genealogy. They were not able to show what house they came from. Even though they looked it just like you and I, even though they looked it just like Ezra and Nehemiah, they were polluted until the Urim and Thummim came about to establish who they truly were. So knowing that, and knowing that we in captivity today and been in it for a long time now, many of our blood is mixed. When I say mixed, I'm talking about with our brothers and sisters from what is known as the African, how you say that? The African diaspora. Yes, the African diaspora. We know that we have been mixed with many of our brothers and sisters, even if it's just by way of the breeding form. So the only thing we have in common, again, Israel, is this black skin and that nappy head.
And I would add one more thing, my brother.
Well, hold on, because you went over 2 minutes. Let's see if anybody else. I was just responding to what you said. Is there any other comments or questions?
I would like to make a comment that I agree with the brother that y'all didn't mean for us to mix or even mix with tribes. And I think that the Leviticus 24 was an example of that, the son cursing because his father was Egyptian. And like he said, some of the seeds, were already made evil. Scripture said, some seeds are like our enemy is already made evil. So that's why he came out like he did. And I would like to read that again because it said an Israelitish, the ISH woman. Mm-hmm. So I wonder, does that mean she's mixed? So that seed sound like it could have been even more polluted. So I'm gonna look more into that. But I definitely know or feel like because he was an Egyptian man messing with an Israelitish woman, that seed was already tainted because I think the scripture says they don't know anything but to do evil. So, hallelujah.
Well, that's a great comment. And if you look up the word Israelite, it's just a term that was used for the woman. It does not denote that she was not an Israelite. It does not denote that her blood was mixed. It denotes that she was a true Israelite woman. That is the term they use for a Israelite woman. That's all that is.
Okay.
Great comment. Is there any other comments or questions?
So I'll jump in now, Brother Shemuel, and just say I wasn't talking about being pure because I know we're not. But what I was trying to refer to is that while we're in this jacked up state of blood and everything else, regardless of the skin tone, the point is that spiritually speaking, if that is what the calling is within you and only you can determine what that directing spirit which only Yahweh gives at birth, don't need no instruction. That's the only thing you got when you're born. So if you follow that and you listen to that voice, and that voice is telling you to reserve yourself, to preserve yourself, you better listen. That's all I'm saying. And that ain't got nothing to do, and that ain't got nothing to do with a word you done ever heard. That's something you follow because above and beyond these words that everybody like to hold on to, Yahweh say his scribes have lied. So where have they lied? So that's how I'm looking at it on that real tip, just like that. So I know to follow that spirit. I teach my son to follow that spirit on the inside, even when talking to me, because I know Yahweh could talk through him. Just like I know I'm comfortable listening to everybody, what they got to say to me, because, like I said, ain't no ego here. Used to be ego when I first found you, but no, your teaching, your presentations, Yahweh's teachings has, over the years, just is I can't. All it's doing is making me just just loving this whole thing. I can't live without it. I just love everybody here. I love you, brother. And when I say that, I don't mean it from a Christian sense. I'm saying I honor you. I'm acknowledging you because of what you're standing for and the work you're doing. And everybody, I just want y'all to know this ain't no ego talking, because I don't care about that. When I get ready to pass away, when my time comes, I want to be happy about it. And I want to praise Yahweh.
Hallelujah.
Hallelujah.
Shalom.
Shalom, my brother.
Shalom, my brother. Yes. Very good, excellent presentation. Everything's on point. The comparison, I want to just throw out there. Even though, it's when it's talking about Ishmaelitish woman and the Egyptian husband, the only comparisons, I just want to bring forth in several different places. We also, with understanding, we know that the seed passes from the man. Again, Joseph was getting Potiphar's daughters to wife. Then we see Hadassah was given to the king, in the book of Esther, based on what was going on, but just bring those illustrations out to look at those wasn't of the Hebrew bloodline, but the Hebrews was given to them one way or another based on the circumstances and situations that were taken out. So, but again, the bloodline grew, the Hebrew, that in itself holds the precedence of bringing forth a holy seed among the two, but we also see areas where it was someone other than of the nation. So that's, I just want to shine light and just bring that up. And also, even with Ruth, when it's a lot of people get in arguments about that, when it talks about she's of another nation, not realizing she's still of Hebrew descent because the two children of Lot bear children, Ammon and the other brother, Moab. So, just to show that. So when she was joined to Naomi and to get into Boaz and stuff, it still was within. So, I just want to just put that out there, different illustrations, so that one don't just look at one and get sidetracked and then apply to everything when there's situations, circumstances, and illustrations throughout the history of what's written, so we can pull all from it as the smoke clears and things become clear. And that's all I want to share. On top of that, hallelujah, presentation, beautiful.
Hallelujah. And that was absolutely a great comment. And hold on one second. And we truly understand your comment. And the illustrations that you brought out was great illustrations. And it is truth to where we did marry different people. And most times we found those marriages based on treaties and promises and things like that. But as you stated, the man's seed is what dominated, and most times those women were married into the Hebrew man. So I truly understand the illustrations that you brought forth, and the couple illustrations that I brought forth truly did not denote all the illustrations that we can bring forth that is found in our Holy Scriptures. That was very wisely spoken, and I thank you again. Hallelujah. Is there any other comments or questions?
Yeah, how they were accepted is because they took hold, well, they were married to a Hebrew man who was also serving the Creator. Yeah, and then so therefore the wife also was serving the Almighty Yah. So that's the difference.
Hallelujah.
Hallelujah. And that's what our brother from Virginia just said. It was based on the man, and all that woman is doing is cleaving. She's cleaving into that man. So if she cleaving to that man, she got to love that man Elohim like he loves that Elohim. You're not going to bring forth an Elohimly seed if the man loves Elohim and the woman don't. Same way and the other way around. You're not going to bring a holy seed if the woman loves Elohim and the man is a foreigner and the man don't love Elohim. You're not going to bring forth that Elohimly seed. The ones that will bring forth that Elohimly seed in their union is those that not only cleave into her husband, but cleave into the God of the heaven and earth and everything therein is. For it is he that brings forth the Elohimly seed. We know as women how hard it is for women to even have children. That's why we have the great story. That's why we have the great story of Jacob's children and why it took so many women to bring forth those 12 sons. It's Yahweh. Remember the one, I think it was Rachel or one of them, said something about Jacob. And Jacob said, I'm not at fault. It's Yahweh that's going to make you pregnant. I'm doing what I'm supposed to do. It's Yahweh that's going to make you pregnant. And next thing you know, she was pregnant.
Jerusalem.
Go ahead, sister.
Shalom, family.
Shalom, sister.
Shalom. Yes, I just have a question and a comment. I have really enjoyed this presentation today, and as usual, always. And Brother Samuel, I just want to let you know that I checked out the From Babylon to Timbuktu.
Yes, ma'am.
And it gave me a great beginning of where we started, the chronicle where the records event started. And I was just wondering if the earth was populated from Noah and his 3 sons, Shem, Ham, and Japheth, after the flood. Then they migrated or went to Africa. One went to Africa and other parts of the earth. Were there already people there? If they populating the earth, are they, having sex with their children, the sisters, or to continue to populate the earth?
Absolutely. Absolutely. Because there is nobody else on the earth. There is no one else on the earth. Everybody got destroyed. Even when we talk about there was giants in the earth, where they got destroyed. All that got destroyed because the whole earth imagination was only evil. The only people, the only family of the entire earth that found grace was Noah. And Noah had 3 sons. Noah had a wife. He had 3 sons, and his 3 sons had wives. So they had their wife to start off the multiplying. The Almighty commanded them to be fruitful and multiply and replenish because the earth has nobody else. So you got to replenish it. You got to put the people back on the earth. And they did so by way of their wives. When you read in the book of Genesis, before the flood, it allows us to know that Adam had sons and daughters. And it also allows us to know, and there are stories that they multiplied by land with their sisters. And the reason why I can agree with that and establish that is because once Yahweh chose Israel and brought Israel out of Egypt, what do the law tells us in the book of Leviticus? Does it not tell us to not lay with our brothers and lay with our sisters? Does it not tell us that? So for the Almighty to command us that means that's what was going on before he commanded us not to do it, correct?
Right. So everybody was black then.
Yes, ma'am. And we was laying with our own sisters to continue. And we got a story to allow us to know that. If we take a quick look, our brothers brought it up. My brother from Virginia brought it up when he was talking about Lot and his daughters. Well, do we all remember the story of Lot and his daughters?
He had to have babies by him, I think. He had children by him.
Got him drunk.
Yes, ma'am. And let me go there right quick. Let me go there right quick. Let me go there right quick, because we're not going to really focus on what happened. We're going to focus on why it happened and what it brought forth. And look what it brought forth.
Mm-hmm.
And why they thought that this was the thing to do. It says in Genesis, the 19th chapter. Let us all take a look at that right quick.
Okay.
And what we find in Genesis, the 19th chapter, is these great words. And I'll read real quick, that way I get my 2 minutes in. It says, and Lot went up out of Zoar and dwelt in the mountains, and his 2 daughters with him, for he feared to dwell in Zoar. And he dwelt in a cave, and his 2 daughters. And the firstborn said, note what they're saying. Note what they believe. Note what they thought that they should do to continue the creation, to continue their lineage. It says, and the firstborn said unto the younger, our father is old, and there is not a man in the earth to come into us after the manner of all the earth. So that look what happened. Look what was the manner of all the earth. The manner of all the earth was you needed a man to come into you to bring forth your lineage, or to bring forth a child to continue your house, or to continue your name. It says, come, let us make our fathers drink wine, and we will lay with him that we may preserve seed. They doing these things to preserve seed. So to answer my sister, yes, I know that we had laid with our sisters, and our sisters laid with our brothers. It says, to preserve seed of our father. And they made their father drink wine that night, and the firstborn went in and laid with her father, and he preserved, and he perceived not when she laid down, nor when she arose. And it came to pass on the morrow that the firstborn said unto the younger, behold, I lay yesternight with my father. Let us make him drunk wine this night also, and go thy in, and lie with him, that we may preserve. That is the main reason. A lot of people focus on the wine. A lot of people focus on what they did. But there is a reason behind that, and it was to preserve seed of our father. And they made their fathers drink wine that night also, and the younger arose and lay with him, and he perceived not when she lay down, nor when she arose. Thus were both the daughters of Lot with child by their father. The firstborn bare a son, and called his name Moab. The same, as our brother from Virginia brought out, the same as the father of the Moabites, and this day, and to this day, and the younger, she also bare the son, and called his name Ben-Amin. The same is the father of the children of Ammon, and to this day. So yes, sister, we were laying with our sisters and our brothers to preserve the seed of our fathers, as we were commanded to multiply and be fruitful in the earth and to replenish the earth. Once that was done, and once we became under a covenant of the law, those things were said not to be done anymore. And you can find those instructions in the book of Leviticus, the 18th chapter.
Allah, yeah.
Hallelujah. Thank you.
You're more than welcome, sister. Hallelujah. Great question. Is there any other comments or questions?
Brother Shemuel.
Yes, sir.
This is Brother Eliakim again. Can you expound upon the scripture? I've been trying to find it, but I can't. Where it had to do with a foreigner coming into the office, and when the prophet returned, he kicked him out. And it was, I think it had something to do with, it might be a little bit different, but that's what came to my mind. And I've been trying to find it, but I can't put it in the right words.
Say it again where I can try to see if I can figure it out. Say it again.
Okay. It had something to do in the early days where it might have been the prophet Samuel. He returned, or one of the kings returned, and the people had, I guess somebody was crooked, and they allowed a foreign official to reside within the holy place or within the tent of holiness or something like that, and so he kicked him out because he wasn't supposed to be there.
I think you're talking about either the book of Nehemiah or the book of Ezra, and you probably talking about the man named Tobiah. Tobiah.
That's it.
Let me go there right quick.
Okay, thank you.
Being sold chemicals and literally every aspect of our lives: grocery stores, chemicals; hair products, chemicals; chemicals. But realize that we can make all of these things from like natural plants and resources. Why don't we learn how to start a garden and live off the land? The Third World War started at the end of the Second World War, and it's a psychological war.
Where would that be at? I see something about Tobiah and Nehemiah 2, but I think it's further up. Let me take a quick look.
Okay.
Based on what you said, Nehemiah came back and did restoration and reform what was going on. So he kicked Tobiah out because they had Tobiah. Let me get there. That way I can say it correctly. Let me find it right quick. I definitely understand what you're saying.
Take your time.
And if somebody else know it off the top of their head.
Nehemiah 13, chapter 13, maybe.
Is it 13? I thought 7. It was 13 and 7. I thought it was before, but let me go there right quick. I thought it was before the 13th chapter.
Okay.
You said verse 7?
Yep.
Yes, it says, and it came to Jerusalem and understood the evil that Elizabeth did for Tobiah in preparing him a chamber in the court of the house of Elohim. And it grieved me sore. Therefore I cast forth all the household stuff of Tobiah out of the chamber. Is that what you're talking about?
That's what I'm talking about.
Yes, sir.
Yes. Hallelujah.
And Tobiah was, according to the
I wasn't sure if he was an Israelite or a foreigner.
No, I'm going to show you. It says in the 2nd chapter of Nehemiah, the 19th verse, but when Shebetlet, the Horonite, which is a Canaanite, and Tobiah, the servant, so he was a servant of the Horonite, and it says Tobiah, the servant, the Ammonite. So he was an Ammonite. Yes, sir.
Right.
He was one of the sons of Lot. He was one of the sons of Lot by way of his daughters.
Right. See? Yes. And Geshem, the Arabian, heard it, and they laughed. They laughed us to scorn and despised us. They weren't the right people, and said, "What is this thing that ye do? Will ye rebel against the king?" You know.
Well,
so
they never the right people when they're never the right people when we in captivity. Well, don't forget, when we dealing with Nehemiah and Ezra, we coming back to our land, and these people are already there. Okay. These people are already there. They even try to act like they wanted to help, and Ezra and Nehemiah, the Almighty had the Spirit on them to tell them, you have nothing to do with rebuilding the temple. So they were already there when we came back. So we're going to get them kicked out.
Okay.
We're going to kick them out, just like the Arabs and them that are there today. Just like Moab and them there today. We're going to kick them out when we get back.
That's right. That's right. So my question then is, okay, I made a comment earlier regarding purity that might have been, that was maybe picked up, or maybe I said it in the wrong way. It wasn't clear. You know, I speak a language that is not perfect. It's got all kind of, one way you say something can mean a thousand different things. You could say, you could be standing talking to a foreigner and somebody say, look out, and you're in Detroit downtown somewhere, and everybody duck, but the foreigner looks out the window where the bullets is coming from. So I'm just saying that in our darkness, we got to remember that we speak in a foreign language for one thing, and this language is really a bastard language because it's a combination of many different languages put together. It clearly is a testimony to the situation that we're in, being that we could have such a problem holding on to it so tightly as if it has the attributes of a perfect language. Just because you can orate and explain and do a certain thing and speak a certain thing, and you got the letters of laureate coming out of, all kind of filling up all the walls in your house, it doesn't mean that your ability to express truth rightfully is readily there. It's because it's all dependent upon the Spirit. And so I'm only saying that is because I find myself having to reflect on that. And the way I'm ending this with, the reason why I bring it up is because really the only thing that's important is what Yahweh says, and that is in the latter days we will consider it. And that's what we need to remember. It's not about that he said we would get it right, but he said consider it. And so that's one of the most beautiful things, in my opinion, about your presentations, is it allows us the opportunity to consider it. And we can all bring forth what the Spirit is revealing to them, that directing Spirit that the Creator put in each and every one of us to share with our brothers and sisters. And I just wanted to end it with that. But that was the verse in Nehemiah, and thank you, because that's what I wanted to bring out, and I plan on going into that and reading that again. So thank you. I appreciate it. Hallelujah.
Hallelujah. And I would just like to give my opinion. I think the language that we have today is just fine. And the reason why is because where we find ourselves. The Almighty told us, dealing with the curse, we will need our enemy for everything. And the enemy have taught us this language. The enemy have the Bible written in Greek. I hear a lot of people say, if you don't know Hebrew, you can't understand that book. Well, a lot of people that I know that say that don't understand the book. I know a lot of people that say that teach that we're under the covenant of the law. They teach that we're under the Sabbath. They teach that David is going to come back. So it is a witness that even though they have the language that they say they have, they don't understand these words. I believe that we are a spiritual being and that the Almighty is the one that put.
Are you there, brother?
Oh, no. I think he got.
You off the air, brother?
The brother got cut off. He's coming. He's calling back in so he can get back on.
Okay. Okay.
Wait a minute. Let me give Papa another phone.
Well, the Almighty God said we was going to have stammering lips anyway, so we speak differently.
That's the whole. Yep. That was my only point.
And those think we really are speaking Hebrew. How can we speak something that the Creator clearly took away from us? So to me, it's insane.
And I found out, and sister, I found out that it's gibberish. What they think they speak is a mixture.
Yeah, because it's
Polish. They made that up in 18th century, early 18th century.
Didn't the fake ones create their so-called Jewish nation in the 1800s?
Yep, it was 1800s. I read it. I read that. Yahweh had me study that years ago. When I found out about it, the way I found out about these things, how all these black Jews were in Europe before 1348, since 700, because a lot of black Jews went undercover as Christians and Muslims, but mostly Christians, because of and they were called crypto Jews.
But we're not Jews anyway. We're Israelites. That's why when our people say
that's right. But I'm saying they call them Jews. Yeah, they call them Jews. Right.
Well, hold on, brothers. Hold on, brothers and sisters. I was cut off, and I was stating what Zephaniah 2 says, and what Zephaniah 2 tells us. For then will I turn to the people a pure language, that they may all call upon the name of Yahweh to serve him with one consent. So it allows us to know until that day, that language that we are truly to have is not given to us. So the language that we have must do. The language that we use today must be good enough, as you stated earlier, to where we can at least consider what is written. We're not speaking the true tongue, but that don't mean the Almighty has not given us the Spirit. That don't mean the Almighty has not put the Spirit in these pages where we can understand what is said to at least we can consider. And when we talk about the Spirit, we tried the Spirit. I don't like to say that, but the scripture tells us in Jeremiah, the 17th chapter, that the heart is deceitful above all things and desperately wicked. Who should know it? And I answer that by those that follow the word, those that have the same spirit that you find in those pages. If your heart is speaking according to these words, then your heart is not deceiving you. We also know that there is a lying spirit. The Almighty dealt with Ahab, and I think it was Jehoshaphat, and the Almighty said, who will deceive Ahab? And the angel spoke, and they said, I will. And he asked, how with? And he said, with a lying spirit. And Yahweh didn't say, hold on, don't be lying to my people. He said, so be it. So be it. So we're dealing with spirit, but you must take in consideration that it could be a lying spirit. Your heart could be deceiving you if you are not confirming every word. If you are confirming every word, your heart is not deceiving you, Israel.
Absolutely. That's all I was getting at. And thank you for bringing that out. And it just came to me to bring that up for that purpose, because we hold on to this language. To me, the language ain't okay, but I know what you're saying. And when I say it ain't okay, that's because I like to call a spade, looking right at it, and it's only because I had that spirit of Yahweh's word. Otherwise, I can remember when I held on to the wrong things. But because now I can see the difference, and it's by his spirit, because I'm in that word. And even though, like you were saying, there's a lot of brothers that think they speak in Hebrew, but I know they're not, because I know I did research. Yahweh led me to the research when I started studying about European history, Western understanding, getting a Western history on all them countries over there with all them different families, and it opened my eyes. I would tell everybody, know your enemy, read about him, stop reading American history books, start reading European history books, because you're going to get a big, wide eye opener. It's amazing. And then you'll learn a lot about ourselves, and it doesn't matter, like you say, if it ain't related to Yahweh's word, but Yahweh didn't stop us from understanding the world that we live in.
Yeah, I was just trying to establish that the language we using is suffice. And a good example of that is with our fathers, Daniel and the 3 Hebrew boys. One of the first things they did was change their name. A lot of people talk about, well, we here and we shouldn't be using these bastard names and all that. Well, our father, every time we found ourselves in captivity, they would try to change our name. And not only change our name, more than likely, especially here in America, when you was trying to use your tongue that you was using on the ship, what did they do? Did they not kill you? Did they not put those metal masses on your face and all that to stop you from communicating the true tongue? So and who did that? Who did that? Was not the Almighty behind that? Was not the Almighty behind those things? If he wanted you to have the true language, hold on, brother. If he wanted you to have the true language, would those things happen?
There's a punishment coming for what they did above and beyond what he did.
Answer my question. If the Almighty wanted us to have the true tongue, would those things happen to us?
No.
No. So the language that we deal with is suffice when it comes to the Spirit of the Almighty. The Almighty is the one that give us wisdom. The Almighty is the one that give us understanding. Even though we speak in a bastard language, even though we speak in corrupt words, the Almighty is wise and infinite enough to give us understanding from a crooked word. Yahweh will make the crooked straight.
So when we're talking to our loved ones and we can't communicate with each other and falling out, I don't believe that's Yahweh's will. I believe that's a condition of our condition.
Well, I'm not gonna try to refute your belief, but I'm talking about what is written. What is written and what is seen in reality, it is truly the Almighty will. The Almighty is the one that said that we will be under these curses and that we will need our enemy for all things, and we are witnesses that we have needed our enemy for all things, even language.
Totally agree. I totally agree. I wasn't saying anything different from anything that you brought up. I was not talking against that. I'm in total agreement with that. But in order to state it, it's sort of like when I went to the EEOC office for a rape case, and it's just real quick because it relates, I think. I went in there as a young man to file a complaint for racism. And it was a brother that was there, and he came out. He seemed to be nonchalant, didn't seem to care. So I was attributing to him saying, yeah, this light-skinned brother, he don't care nothing about what I'm saying. So he really, I got a blessing out of it because he said, well, brother, he was real hard on me, and he said, I was young, so what he could have done was gave me some advice, but instead he chose to beat me down, but I learned from it. And he said, so brother, So how you going to prove that it was racism? And I said, because he did this. He said, eh. I said, well, this happened. He said, eh. He just kept eh-ing me, right? So I finally got tired of it. I said, man, well, what do you expect me to do? The sign outside said EEOC. I came here looking for help, and instead you trying to beat me down. What's up with that? So he said, well, brother, once I did that, he kind of calmed down, and he said, well, you know what, I'm going to help you out. He said, because obviously you don't know. I said, well, I'm a young man. Of course, you got to give me time to know. God giving you time, and that's how He's working with everybody. You need time. Quit expecting things out of people that they ain't even had a chance to learn nothing yet. So he said, well, you know what? He said, I'm going to tell you and I'm going to help you out. The way you get them is you can't come at them about racism because it's a very difficult thing to prove. What you do is you come at them about pointing out the differences, and that's all I'm pointing out. You can see the difference, you can point it out, and you can still be in line with Yahweh for pointing it out because you understand. And in order to consider anything, Yahweh say, I am the God of knowledge. I am the Elohim of knowledge. Come reason with me. And that's what He does with each and every one of us. So that's all I'm saying. That's the only reason I brought it up, brother, was just to point out. The reality is, once your eyes start opening, you can call a spade. But it don't mean that you lost with the group of people that's saying that they speak the Hebrew language. Because remember, I even brought that to you one time. I said, Brother Shemuel, but there's this brother. He speaks Hebrew and blah, 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 blah. And so the words that you gave me, I took it to heart, considered it, and then this is now how. That's why I see what you're saying, because after I considered it and went in the scriptures, and then I realized through some historical information when I found out that they created that language. And a lot of brothers and sisters going around here thinking they speak in Hebrew. I don't know when I say my name is Eliakim. I only take that on when I'm representing the word of Yahweh as a gesture towards his truth and wanting to be a part of that and identifying with it. But at the end of the day, my name is Brian because that's what my mother named me in this land that is foreign. And I recognize that. So
I thought you was about to say something about the different other language. I thought another language was going to be used to establish that the spade was a spade.
No. I wasn't going in that direction. I was just trying to emphasize that a lot of people is thinking they speak in Hebrew, they not, and you can call a spade. When I said that I was talking about how this is a bastard language, I was referring to a fact. English is a bastard language. It's a combination of so many different languages, and you can say one word, and it could mean 5 different things to 5 different people. So
I think,
which I would have ended with, it's only that pure language that Yahweh speaks. And those other languages, you even have other languages that's not even called Hebrew or called Yahweh's language, but they're more pure than the English language because the words mean what they say. You got one word and then you inflect it a certain way or something like that from different languages. The only reason why I know is because my son speaks 2 different languages besides English, and he took those up in college. And that's the reason why I know. And so these little bitty things are coming to me as Yahweh shows them to me through experience, and it opens my mind even more to when I'm reading this word to try to get an understanding. And that's the reason why I be so interested in sharing any insight that I might get so that if it's off, I share it with you so you can help point me in the right direction. And that's to anybody that hears anything I say. So that's what I'm doing. I'm constantly learning, and that's the only way I look at it. But no, I
think we all heard your opinion, and the conclusion is, again, the language that we have is suffice. I used Daniel, and something I didn't say about Daniel. The majority of the book of Daniel is only 12 chapters, where the majority of it is not written in Hebrew, nor is it written in Greek. It is written in Aramaic. So it just allows us to know the particular languages of that day will suffice enough to write down what Yahweh said, and through his spirit will we understand. I don't care if it's a bastard language, if it's a Aramaic, Greek, or whatever. Through his spirit, he allows us to understand. And that's what the white man tried to do with us here. He did not want us to speak our tongue, but at the same time, they was giving us the English version. They was giving us the King James version. They was giving us all these versions. But look at us today. We, have been able to use those versions and come to a light. Not the perfect day, but we have been able to use those versions to come to a light, to get some understanding, to get some wisdom, to get some knowledge out of